Chapter 2942. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare yourself. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Huang Jialong's question. Instead, he gave Huang Jialong time to prepare himself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the golden Buddha's silhouette that was fading away began to solidify again as he continued to infuse his celestial origin energy into it. After this attack, the celestial origin energy and soul enhancement granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon will be almost depleted. However, the battle between me and Huang Jialong is enough to deter all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from challenging me again. The reason Duan Lingtian had said he would let Huang Jialong make 2 moves and defeat him in 1 move was because he wanted to intimidate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he exhausted the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if his strength was depleted to a certain extent, he was not worried that he would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong's expression turned even more solemn. At the same time, he brandished his king-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. A golden light that resembled a dragon wrapped around the spear and shot toward his body. A few moments later, Huang Jialong's entire body was shrouded by the golden light as though a golden eggshell had enveloped him. In the next moment, tiny red lightning bolts appeared around the golden eggshell, causing the eggshell to solidify. At this moment, Huang Jialong was going all out. He was prepared to defend himself with all his might and counterattack to counter Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, the time of 3 breaths had passed. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Duan Lingtian bent his legs and shook the ground. His celestial origin energy also caused cracks to appear on the ground. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and charged toward Huang Jialong. Golden light shone in the sky as purple energy surged. The golden Buddha's silhouette followed closely behind Huang Jialong. At the same time, the vortex in the golden Buddha's silhouette continued to spin, devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh. The staff in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and suddenly, a bright purple gold light burst out from it, mixing with the staff's own profound light, bright and dazzling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha shadow also moved, condensing a long rod out of thin air in his hand. In the next moment, the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell. Boom! Rumble! As the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell, the staff condensed by the purple gold light in the golden Buddha's hand also rose and fell, causing the entire void to tremble. Good. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was fierce and seemingly invincible, Huang Jialong was not the slightest bit afraid. The spear in his hand burst forth and resolutely met Duan Lingtian's attack. Bush, 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 bush. Huang Jialong no longer used offensive celestial methods, divine abilities, and assistive divine abilities like he did when he attacked Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he was using an assistive celestial method that he had comprehended. This assistive celestial method was also a Duke-grade celestial method. Although he had not completely mastered it, it was still powerful. Naturally, the power he was referring to was not the actual power. It was well known that assistive celestial methods could not increase one's strength. Most of them relied on the celestial origin energy. At this moment, Huang Jialong's spear trembled, and a rain of spears appeared in front of him. The rain of spears shot toward Duan Lingtian like a rain of arrows. It was as though the rain of spears was about to melt everything, including Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Huang Jialong's attack. The long rod in his hand continued to vibrate violently in the air. The golden Buddha silhouette that rose from Duan Lingtian's body was also moving in sync with Duan Lingtian's movements. Every time the rod rose and fell, it seemed as though heaven and earth would tremble under the might of the rod. A purplish gold light shone on Duan Lingtian's long rod, resembling a purple dragon and a golden dragon. Let's end this. As soon as Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's attack, he slightly increased the strength of his long rod. His celestial origin energy surged again, and its strength was comparable to that of a basic celestial duke. With this increase in strength, Duan Lingtian's attack became even stronger. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's long rod, it was as though Mars had collided with Earth. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The long rod in Duan Lingtian's hand continued to shine brightly. Even the golden Buddha silhouette that rose from his body seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed. On the other hand, Huang Jialong's spear rain was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's rod. It was as though the stars were destroyed by the moon. Apart from that, Huang Jialong's defense crumbled like a piece of paper under Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying sounds of air exploding rang out and spread out. There were also waves of rolling air waves that were like a flood breaking through a dam. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Jialong was engulfed by the rolling waves of qi. In an instant, he was sent flying out of the light pillar above the fighting ring like an arrow leaving the bow. Swoosh! After Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the light pillar, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Huang Jialong's father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, little brother Duan." As a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, although he could not see that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, he knew he was a 1 basic Celestial Duke. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian had withdrawn most of his strength at the very last moment. Otherwise, his son would have died. My son is already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. However, he still ended up like this? Who is he? Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them were so shocked that they rose to their feet. Heavens! Huang Jialong was defeated by him with just one move. The strength of his attack is close to that of a 1 basic Celestial Duke who has mastered the same celestial method and divine ability. He's too powerful. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to exist in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the 4th Prince, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Celestial Dukes in the supporting Fall Nation, is no match for him. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, he's so strong. His background must be extraordinary. Even if he's just a sectless cultivator, he must have a powerful backer. Apart from Lu Guanglin, many 1 basic Celestial Dukes were shocked by Duan Lingtian's defeat of Huang Jialong with just a single move. These 1 basic Celestial Dukes did not master any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities. Therefore, they were certain their attacks were not as powerful as Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm not as good as him. Hu Ji-yong, the 4th Prince of the supporting Fall Nation, sighed. The monster. Hu Lin-yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's easy for such a monstrous genius to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive. Since he's participating in the Southern Heaven combat, it means he intends to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. He must be a descendant of a powerful sectless cultivator who wants him to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. If such a monstrous genius leaves the supporting Fall Nation and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, I'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. When Hu Linyi thought about this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in another place. What? He defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, with just a single move. Huang Jialong is widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, right? When the middle-aged man who was about to attend the Southern Heaven combat received the 3rd communication celestial talisman from his sister, Imperial Concubine Lan, his expression changed drastically. Brother, I'm sorry I can't avenge Hao. Even if I tell His Majesty that he killed Hao, I'm afraid His Majesty won't avenge Hao. With Duan Lingtian's background, I'm afraid even His Majesty has to be wary of him. Moreover, His Majesty treats Duan Lingtian like a treasure. I'm sure Duan Lingtian will benefit His Majesty greatly after he leaves the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Brother, just give up. Upon hearing Imperial Concubine Lan's words, the middle-aged man who was the father of the ugly young man who was killed by Duan Lingtian outside the capital of the supporting Fall nation trembled violently. This is impossible. I can't give up. I can't give up. I've given up on my cultivation to find Hao's murderer. He must die. He must die. The middle-aged man muttered to himself in a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in them. In the venue of the Southern Heaven combat, after Duan Lingtian defeated Huang Jialong with just a single move, the people in the other 8 arenas looked at Duan Lingtian for a long time before they continued to duel each other. In the next hour, just as Duan Lingtian had expected, no one dared to challenge him. He had successfully obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 3 sects and 2 clans in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How exciting! Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after he returned to the spectator area. He ignored the burning gazes that were directed at him from all directions. Please wait for a moment. Once the content is updated, you will have to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2943. After Duan Lingtian won the 2nd place from the supporting Fall nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day became even more intense. Even Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of the city governor of Passage City, managed to win a place in the battle ring. Although Huang Jiachao was not as strong as Huang Jialong, he was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao, there was another person who won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Similar to Duan Lingtian, this person was a nobody. Most importantly, she was a beautiful woman. She was even more dazzling than He Qian, the young miss of the He clan. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the woman was just average. Not to mention Huan, he was still inferior to his 2 wives, Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, nobody seems to recognize her. It's obvious she's not from the supporting Fall nation or a sectless cultivator with an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly as he watched the woman descending from the combat ring and making her way to the spectator seats after obtaining a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When the woman landed on the spectator's seat, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw an old woman sitting next to her. Initially, no one paid any attention to the old woman. The old woman, who was sitting next to the young woman, immediately attracted the attention of many people when they saw her winning a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the supporting Fall nation. One basic celestial king? When the emperor of the supporting Fall nation extended his divine consciousness and probed the old woman's cultivation base, he immediately discovered the old woman's cultivation base. The old woman was a 1 basic celestial king. Since the emperor of the supporting Fall nation was a 2 forms celestial king, the old woman only frowned slightly when she sensed his divine consciousness. She did not dare to show her displeasure. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation was not only a 2 forms celestial king, but his battle prowess was comparable to a 3 talents celestial king. Night fell unknowingly. Meanwhile, the day's South Heaven combat came to an end. With this, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat had determined the 3 participants who would enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In addition to the Southern Heaven combat the day before, there were 4 participants in total. Currently, there were only 5 spots left for the supporting Fall nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Young Master Duan, since you've obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a sectless cultivator, you'll be allowed to cultivate in the Origin Gathering Hall of the supporting Fall nation's Imperial Palace until you leave for the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the Southern Heaven combat ended, a eunuch approached Duan Lingtian under the orders of the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Origin Gathering Hall? Although Duan Lingtian had stayed in the Imperial Palace the night before, he had only been given a temporary residence. Although this was his first time hearing about the Origin Congregation Pill in the supporting Fall nation's Imperial Palace, he could tell it was a good place to cultivate. "Young Master Duan, are you not from the supporting Fall nation?" The eunuch was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. "Why do you ask?" Duan Lingtian was curious. Did everyone in the supporting Fall nation know about the Origin Gathering Hall? The Origin Gathering Hall is the best cultivation place in the supporting Fall nation apart from the cultivation place of the direct descendants of the imperial family. There are various Origin Gathering formations in the Origin Gathering Hall that connect the direct descendants of the imperial family to the only mediocre celestial crystal vein in the supporting Fall nation. The eunuch said, "Almost everyone in the supporting Fall nation knows about the Origin Gathering Hall." As expected, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had guessed correctly. After a while, he brought Lu Guanglin to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall nation. The Elemental Gathering Palace was a palace, and this palace had a vast backyard, and within the backyard, there were many courtyards. Although the courtyards were small, they were well equipped. Apart from 2 rooms, there was a large courtyard with flowers and plants, and a small pond in the courtyard. Apart from that, there was a eunuch and a palace made standing in front of each courtyard. "This is young Master Duan." After the eunuch who brought Duan Lingtian over handed Duan Lingtian over to a eunuch and a palace made at the entrance of a courtyard, he bid farewell and left. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led into the courtyard by the palace maid. Upon hearing the palace maid's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. The palace maid was in charge of the matters in the courtyard while the eunuch was in charge of running errands for the people living in the courtyard. Not long after they entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian sent the palace maid away. At the same time, he greeted Lu Guanglin and said, "Guanglin, I'm going to cultivate for a few days to see if I can break through the bottleneck in one go. If there's nothing important, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, my lord." Lu Guanglin responded respectfully to Duan Lingtian's instructions. After Duan Lingtian entered the room, he sat cross-legged on the lawn in the courtyard and closed his eyes to cultivate. As he cultivated, he stood guard for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the cultivation environment in the courtyard was not any worse than in the room. After Duan Lingtian entered the room, he casually set up a few simple formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy. Then, he took out the divine crystal that Huan had left behind for him. Dense heaven and earth spirit energy surged out of the divine crystal and filled the room in just a blink of an eye. It was the best cultivation environment for Duan Lingtian. Although the cultivation environment in the Origin Gathering Hall of the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was good, it was far inferior to the cultivation environment provided by the divine crystal for Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not plan to watch the rest of the Southern Heaven combat. The Southern Heaven combat lasted until the 5th day before it finally came to an end. On the 3rd day of the Southern Heaven combat, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family obtained a spot. Apart from that, a disciple from one of the supporting Fall Nation's sects obtained a spot as well. On the 4th day, Huang Jialong recovered from his injuries and obtained a spot. On the 5th day, the last 2 spots were finally decided. With that, the Southern Heaven combat officially came to an end. Although the Southern Heaven combat had ended, the people in the supporting Fall Nation were still discussing the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Among them, there were even more people discussing Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's performance was so dazzling that he completely overshadowed the other 8 people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian. Even with Duan Lingtian's presence, Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, is still ranked in the top 3 among the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, there's still a huge gap between his strength and Duan Lingtian's. Huang Jialong's attack was so powerful that it could not even penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Only those who were present at the battle could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian is. That's right. I was there at the battle. Duan Lingtian's defense is indeed terrifying. Not only that, but his attack is also terrifying. He defeated Huang Jialong with just a strike from his staff. Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. I wonder where he came from. He has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Although the day Duan Lingtian defeated Huang Jialong had passed, 60 to 70% of the people in the supporting Fall Nation's capital were still talking about Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too dazzling. Naturally, there were also some people who talked about Duan Lingtian. For example, Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was also a dazzling figure. Although he was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian, he was still far ahead of the others. Then, there was Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. Although he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, nobody thought it was because he was weak. Instead, they thought it was because Duan Lingtian was too strong. There was also Huang Jialong's younger brother, Huang Jiachao. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Hu Ji-yong, and Huang Jialong, his strength was only inferior to 2 other people. One of them was He Qian, the young miss of the He clan, and the other was a woman who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the supporting Fall Nation. The woman's name was Hu Fian. That woman named Hu Fian is not only prettier than the daughter of the He family, but her strength seems to be even stronger than the daughter of the He family, He Qian. Just like Duan Lingtian, Hu Fian appeared out of nowhere. I've never heard of her before. I heard that the old woman next to her is a celestial king. In a restaurant in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation and left the palace, was sitting in a corner of the restaurant with Lu Guanglin. A celestial king? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His first impression of the old woman next to Hu Fian was that she was not a simple person. He did not expect the old woman to be a celestial king, although he was not certain if this was true. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain this was not a baseless rumor. Although there were people talking about Duan Lingtian in the restaurant, most of them had only heard of Duan Lingtian and had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian was sitting in a corner of the restaurant. Suddenly, without any warning, the entire restaurant fell silent. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when a flattering voice rang in the air. "Young master, please come in." Chapter 2944. Apart from that, there was a young woman who was dressed seductively standing behind the young man. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Hu Fian, she was not inferior to He Qian, the daughter of the He clan. "It's him." With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man. He was none other than Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City who was defeated by him during the Southern Heaven combat. No wonder someone said Huang Jialong is a playboy. It seems like that's true. The woman next to him is obviously not a proper lady. Duan Lingtian glanced at the seductive woman next to Huang Jialong before he retracted his gaze. Huang Jialong noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze when he walked into the restaurant with the seductive woman. Initially, he thought it was just a normal customer. However, when he realized that everyone's gazes were on him except for this particular one, he subconsciously glanced in that direction. His indifferent gaze changed when it landed on Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. "I still have something to do. You can leave now." Huang Jialong's eyes lit up. He did not even turn his head as he said indifferently. After that, he left the woman and walked toward Duan Lingtian. The seductive woman initially thought the young master had left her behind because he had found a new lover. However, when she saw the young master was walking toward a handsome purple-clad young man, she could not help but shudder. Could it be that the young master had a change of taste? "My lord, he's coming." Lu Guanglin reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Huang Jialong walking toward them. Duan Lingtian merely nodded. He had also noticed Huang Jialong, "Brother Duan." Duan Lingtian had thought that Huang Jialong was only there to greet him, but he soon found out that Huang Jialong sat down directly after he arrived. He even asked the waiter to bring him a wine cup and a set of chopsticks. It was as if he and Duan Lingtian had been friends for many years. There was not the slightest hint of politeness. At the same time, the group of drinkers who had been paying attention to Huang Jialong vaguely guessed the identity of Duan Lingtian when they heard Huang Jialong call him Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan?" It seems like the young city governor of Passage City is very polite to him. Is there anyone with the surname Duan in the supporting Fall Nation? Surname Duan, wearing purple clothes. Could this purple-clothed young man be that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? The young man who defeated the young city lord of the Passage City with a single move during the South Heaven combat? He's the one who possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons before he's even 100 years old. He's even stronger than the weakest 1 basic celestial duke? Many people had guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had been sitting in a corner, suddenly became the center of attention. Brother Duan, before I met you, I, Huang Jialong, have never admired anyone. Whether it's my father or the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'm confident I'll surpass them when I'm at their age. Huang Jialong sat down and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, after meeting you, I finally know what it's like to admire someone. You flatter me, young city governor. I've also heard that you're extremely talented. You're a rare genius in the supporting Fall Nation. If it weren't for your lust for women, I'm afraid you would have surpassed the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian said modestly as he looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully with a smile. Brother Duan, you know about this as well? Huang Jialong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had never expected that the young genius, whom he had been thoroughly convinced of, would know about this. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Apart from pursuing strength, I, Huang Jialong, only have one hobby, women. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly. He then added, but, although I'm a pervert, I'm not a pervert. I've never used my power to bully or force a woman to be with me. My women always do it willingly. Duan Lingtian, naturally, believed Huang Jialong's words. Although time would reveal a person's true nature, he had lived 2 lives, so he was quite good at judging people. Based on Huang Jialong's righteous expression, he was not a despicable person. If the young city governor is that kind of person, do you think I'd let you sit down and chat with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If Huang Jialong was that kind of person, Duan Lingtian would not have sat down and chatted with him. In fact, Duan Lingtian would have acted on behalf of the heavens. Huang Jialong was an easygoing person. As soon as they sat down, he began to chat with Duan Lingtian. As for the content of their conversation, it was all over the place. However, from the beginning until the end, Huang Jialong did not inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. He acted as though he was a long-time friend who was chatting with Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong was a good conversationalist. He chatted with Duan Lingtian until evening. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. As it turns out, there's a detailed ranking system for the major forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. For example, the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory are classified as Grade 9 sections. On the other hand, the supporting Fall Nation, which is located at the border of the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory, is classified as a Grade 8 celestial kingdom. There are many Grade 9 sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation. For example, the He clan is a Grade 9 clan. Also, Huang Jialong's family is considered a 9th-rank family. After coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, the 3 sects and 2 clans that Huang Jialong joined are all Grade 7 sects and clans. 7th-rank sects and 7th-rank clans are all forces that possess high-grade celestial crystal veins. High-grade celestial crystal veins can even produce supreme-grade celestial crystals. Apart from that, the 3 sects and 2 clans have a close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, they're indirectly subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. I'm currently in an area governed by the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also related to one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also a Grade 6 celestial mansion. After chatting for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. Apart from that, he also learned that the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would open in 6 months. Initially, I was close to becoming a 1 basic celestial duke. However, in order to find a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I decided to focus on comprehending my divine abilities instead of cultivating. Since Huang Jialong had yet to master his assist-type divine abilities, there was still room for improvement before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The highest cultivation base allowed to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those who were Celestial Dukes or stronger would be barred from entering the lower realm by the formation at the entrance. Brother Duan, it's dark now. Let me send all of you back. We'll talk another time. When night fell, Huang Jialong finally shut his mouth. It's all right. We'll go back by ourselves. Duan Lingtian wanted to decline Huang Jialong's offer, but he could not resist Huang Jialong's enthusiasm. In the end, he could only follow Huang Jialong and the others back to the Imperial Palace. When Duan Lingtian and the others were still a distance away from the Imperial Palace, they entered a deserted street. Swoosh, swoosh. Two swift sounds of wind flashed out from the shadows without any sign. They were like two cheetahs that cut off Duan Lingtian's group of three's path of advance and retreat in the blink of an eye. HM? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man who was blocking his path. At this moment, the middle-aged man was looking at him with eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. It was as if there was some kind of deep hatred between them. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. The middle-aged man sneered as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so cold that it made one feel as though one had fallen into an ice cellar. Killed your son? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. 11 days ago, outside the capital. The middle-aged man sneered. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. So, you're the father of that ugly and twisted man. It seems like he left some clues behind in the communication's celestial talisman before he died. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. Unknowingly, a hairpin had appeared in his hand. The hairpin was shrouded in a mysterious light, and the two flowers at the end of the hairpin were shrouded in a crimson light. However, due to Duan Lingtian's tight grip on the hairpin, the others did not notice it at all. The hairpin was the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the Borderlands. After using it once, the celestial weapon could be used 2 more times. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the cultivation bases of the middle-aged man and the middle-aged man behind him, he was certain both of them were stronger than Lu Guanglin, the strongest among the 3 of them. Lu Guanglin was only a 1 basic celestial duke. Naturally, his speed was not as fast as the 2 middle-aged men. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to use the hairpin since he felt threatened. You're seeking death. The middle-aged man was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian had killed his son, and he even dared to say his son was ugly and had a twisted mind. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking and was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian was about to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. At this moment, a cold voice rang in the air. Chapter 2945. Huang Jialong glared at the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian's path. His expression was cold when he saw the middle-aged man blocking Duan Lingtian's path. You're the one who's seeking death. It was Huang Jialong who shouted coldly. The middle-aged man who was about to make a move was taken aback by Huang Jialong's words. He instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong. For a moment, the middle-aged man felt that Huang Jialong looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Elder Feng. At the same time, Huang Jialong spoke as though he was talking to the air. Young master. Almost as soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, a ghostly old voice seemed to come from all directions. At the same time, an elderly figure appeared behind Huang Jialong out of thin air. The old man was so thin that he looked as though he would be blown away by a gust of wind. The bones on the old man's face were also protruding. Against the dim moonlight, coupled with his black clothes, he looked like a real ghost. Swoosh, swoosh. It was as though the old man had appeared out of thin air. His speed was so fast that not only did it cause the expression of the middle-aged man to change drastically, but it also caused the expression of the person behind Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to change drastically. Senior Xuefeng? At the same time, the person behind Duan Ling Tian, a young man with a medium build, narrowed his eyes when he saw the side of the old man's face. You know me? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, the old man turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. Senior Xuefeng, my master is Tong Yu. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the old man here. Just like him, the old man was a sectless cultivator. Moreover, the old man was a famous sectless cultivator in the supporting Fall nation. He was a 9 palaces celestial duke many years ago, and it was highly likely that he had broken through and become a 10 directions celestial duke. When he was young, he had seen this old man once. At that time, the old man had appeared in front of him as a friend of his master. Tong Yu? Hearing the young man's words, the old man frowned slightly and then relaxed. You're that kid who ran around the mountain naked? Do you seem to be called Hulai? The old man asked as he recalled. I didn't expect Senior Xuefeng to recognize me. I am Hulai. The young man, Hulai, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at the young man standing in front of the old man cautiously. Then he asked the old man, Senior Xuefeng, I've long heard that you're already a revered elder of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Then, who is this? Hulai had already vaguely guessed the identity of the young man in front of the old man. He's the young city lord of our Passage City. Xuefeng said. If it was the Passage City's young city master that was spoken of by ordinary people, it might be any one of the sons of the Passage City's city master. However, the young city master that Xuefeng spoke of was only a single person. Furthermore, he was the person with the greatest possibility of becoming the next city master of the Passage City. This person was the most outstanding 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong. Xuefeng? At the same time, the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian and the other's path finally regained his senses. When he looked at Huang Jialong again, his expression changed drastically. You're the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong? If I'm not mistaken, you're Li Wei, concubine Lan's elder brother, right? Huang Jialong glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I heard that your son died outside the capital, but you couldn't find the murderer. Now, it seems like not only did you find the murderer, but the murderer is also my brother, right? When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man deeply. Young city governor, since you know who my sister is, please don't interfere in the grudge between me and this person for my sister's sake. The middle-aged man looked at Xuefeng who was standing behind Huang Jialong fearfully. If Xuefeng made a move, he would not even be able to touch Duan Lingtian. Ah! Huang Jialong laughed. Huang Jialong laughed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Li Wei, I'm afraid even your sister doesn't intend to avenge your son, right? Moreover, if His Majesty finds out you're trying to kill Brother Duan, I'm afraid he won't let you have your way, right? After a while, Huang Jialong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Huang Jialong said this because the old man behind him had already told him Hulai's identity through voice transmission. Hulai was a sectless cultivator. Apart from that, the old man had also told him Hulai was here because Li Wei had paid him. He was here because Li Wei had asked for external help. Li Wei had a younger sister who was his favorite concubine, but he still needed external help. It was obvious Li Wei's favorite concubine had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. Young city master, if you let me kill this person, I, Li Wei, am willing to work for you in the city governor's estate in Passage City for the rest of my life. Li Wei took a deep breath before he looked at Huang Jialong. He was serious when he spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly made his move. Swoosh! Li Wei's entire body flew out as if he'd transformed into a swift goshawk, directly pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Li Wei made his move, the old man behind Huang Jialong made his move. He easily blocked Li Wei's attack. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The old man was a 10 directions celestial duke. Li Wei, on the other hand, was only a 6 combinations celestial duke. You're seeking death. Huang Jialong only regained his senses after the old man blocked Li Wei's attack. his expression darkened as he shouted, "Elder Feng, kill him!" "Yes, young city master." As soon as Huang Jialong's words left his mouth, the old man behind him attacked again. Li Wei's expression changed greatly. Before he could react, he had already killed Li Wei. As soon as Li Wei died, the face of Hu Lai, the rogue cultivator that Huang Jialong found, also changed greatly. Only when Huang Jialong slowly turned around and said a few words did Hu Lai let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Since you're the disciple of Elder Feng's old friend, I'll spare your life." These were Huang Jialong's exact words. However, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lai meaningfully and said, "You've offended my brother Duan. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You should at least pay something in return, right?" Hu Lai's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Finally, he raised his hand and took out an old and damaged black diamond-shaped stone. Then, he handed it to Duan Lingun and said, "Young Master Duan, I don't have anything valuable on me. I obtained this stone by chance many years ago. Even a 10 directions celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Although I don't know what it is, based on the fact that even a 10 directions celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it, it's definitely not an ordinary stone. Now, I'll give it to you, young Master Duan. I hope you'll forgive me for my transgressions." Based on Hu Lai's words, it was clear he intended to pay Duan Lingtian. HM? When Hu Lai took out the black diamond-shaped stone, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of déjà vu. When the stone entered his hand, before he could seriously recall what it was, an old voice rang out from within his body again. "This is a first form profound divine metal?" The voice belonged to the third form chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body. "Lad, where did you get this first form profound divine metal?" Based on the chaos divine flame's words, it seemed like it had awakened after sensing the stone in Duan Lingtian's hand. "This is a first form profound divine metal?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the chaos divine flame's voice. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he looked at the stone. The 2 first form profound divine metals he had obtained gave him a similar feeling. One of the first form profound divine metals was given to him by Xia Jie in the divine offering land, and the other was found in his hometown in the mundane realm. Eventually, the 2 of them merged and became a second form profound divine metal. Lad, when the second form profound divine metal in your body awakens, feed it the first form profound divine metal. Once you find another first form profound divine metal, it'll evolve into a third form profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame said. The chaos divine flame continued to say, "It's a pity you don't have any king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities with the metal and fire attributes. Otherwise, the third form profound divine metal, and I would be able to help you quickly master the law of fire and the law of metal in those king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." The law of fire? The law of metal? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he asked curiously, "What's that?" In the Devata realms, only those who have mastered the power of laws can be considered powerhouses. However, in the Devata realms, only those who have mastered king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities have a chance to comprehend the power of laws. This is because king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contain the power of laws. King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are different from Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities depend on one's mastery of the power of laws in the celestial methods and divine abilities. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. Once someone with the same cultivation base has mastered a law, regardless of what kind of law it is, even if it's only the first law, it'll be enough to crush someone who has mastered a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. For this reason, there's a huge difference between Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. Chapter 2946. The Power of the Law. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. He now knew about the power of the law. In the past, although Duan Lingtian had learned about celestial methods and divine abilities, Most of them were low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. He did not know much about celestial methods and divine abilities that were at the king grade or above. However, the Chaos Divine Flame's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for him. Boy, you still haven't told me? Where did you get the first form profound divine metal in your hand? Is there anything else in the place where you found it? The Chaos Divine Flame interrupted Duan Lingtian's train of thought. This man gave it to me, Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame after he regained his senses. He glanced at Hu Lai indifferently before his heart jolted. What? The Chaos Divine Flame was shocked. It could not help but scoff. Is he an idiot? How could he give the profound divine metal to you? Even though a first form profound divine metal is useless, if we can find another first form profound divine metal, we can help it evolve into a second form profound divine metal. At that time, the second form profound divine metal can be used as a soul defense celestial weapon. A hint of disappointment could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. He's an idiot. How could he give away a treasure like the profound divine metal? Even if the first form profound divine metal is a treasure, someone has to be able to recognize it. Otherwise, it's destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame, this man only knows that even a 10 directions celestial duke can't leave a mark on the profound divine metal. He only knows it's extraordinary, but he doesn't know how precious it is. Lad, you're really lucky. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed and disappeared again. It was as if it had never been there. Young Master Duan, Hu Lai was extremely perturbed when he saw Duan Lingtian holding the peculiar stone in his hand and flipping it around. Based on Huang Jialong's attitude, it seemed like he would not be able to live if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead. I'll take this. Let's forget about the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian casually put the first form profound divine metal away before he looked at Hu Lai indifferently. Thank you, young Master Duan. Thank you, young Master Duan. Hu Lai sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong and Xue Feng, he turned around and left hurriedly. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted agreeing to Li Wei's request to deal with Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Ling's celestial weapon, it's still Duan Lingtian's. Of course, it's not ordinary's. After leaving, Hu Lai couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. At the same time, he secretly prayed that the thing was useless. Thank you, young Master Duan. After Hu Lai left, Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he looked at Huang Jialong and thanked him solemnly. If Huang Jialong did not ask the old man to help him, he would have to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. If he had used it again, he would only have 1 use left. For this reason, Huang Jialong's old man had saved him the use of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was extremely grateful. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Although Li Wei wanted to make a move, your expression remained calm. It's obvious you didn't think much of him. Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must have someone protecting you in the dark, right? Asking Elder Feng to help you is just the icing on the cake. It's not worth mentioning at all. On the other hand, I don't think Li Wei is worthy of your senior protecting you, Huang Jialong said as he looked around. His eyes were filled with respect. He did not dare to be negligent, as if there was really a powerful expert hiding in the dark. Huang Jialong had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's composure earlier. For this reason, he could see Duan Lingtian's fearlessness. Naturally, he assumed there was a powerhouse protecting Duan Lingtian. Since Xue Feng did not notice the powerhouse's presence, it meant the powerhouse was at least a 1 basic celestial king. After all, Xue Feng was a 10 directions celestial duke. Huang Jialong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian was fearless not because there was a powerhouse protecting him in the dark, but because he had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Once he activated it, it would grant him strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. No matter what, I owe you a favor, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see Huang Jialong had misunderstood him. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he could not afford to reveal his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, as soon as he took out the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had used his soul energy to guide the aura of the second form profound divine metal to shroud the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With this, even if an ordinary celestial king were to spy on them with their divine consciousness, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would not be exposed. He had done this to guard against the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As a celestial king, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could easily envelop half of the capital with his divine consciousness. Moreover, this place was not far from the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Therefore, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's divine consciousness could easily envelop them. Brother Duan, I'm afraid we'll have to meet His Majesty now. Huang Jialong glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His Majesty might have found out about this matter by now. His Majesty might not have found out about it. However, it's best to inform His Majesty. Although Li Wei is Concubine Lan's brother, we're in the right. Moreover, with your value and my status, His Majesty won't make things difficult for us. In the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. In the throne room of the inner palace. This is Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sat on the dragon throne in the middle of the throne room. He frowned slightly as he looked at the corpse on the ground. It was obvious he was unaware of what had just happened. Your Majesty, look at his face. Huang Jialong raised his hand, and an invisible force flipped the corpse on the ground. The corpse's face was exposed to Hu Lin Yi's eyes. Li Wei! Hu Lin Yi's expression changed when he saw the corpse's face. Was this not the elder brother of his beloved concubine, Concubine Lan? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A series of hurried voices rang from outside the throne room when Hu Lin Yi recognized the corpse. Then, a graceful and beautiful woman rushed into the throne room with several palace maids escorting her. Your Majesty, my elder brother's soul pearl has shattered. You must help me find out. The beautiful woman held the shattered soul bead in her hand and shouted as she rushed into the throne room. Her voice only stopped abruptly when she saw the corpse lying on the ground. Elder brother! After being stunned for a moment, the beautiful woman, who was Concubine Lan, changed her expression drastically. She rushed to the corpse and wept, her tears falling like rain. When Concubine Lan saw the two young men among the three people beside the corpse, she knew how her elder brother had died. At the same time, she also knew that with her ability, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to avenge her elder brother. Therefore, no matter how much she hated him, she could only bury this hatred deep in her heart. Jialong, what's going on? Hu Lin Yi looked at Huang Jialong with a piercing gaze. Your Majesty, Li Wei. Huang Jialong did not hide anything from Hu Lin. He told Hu Lin Yi about how Li Wei had colluded with others to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi the reason Li Wei wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi that Li Wei was killed by the old man next to him. Duan Lingtian, did you kill Li Hao? Hu Lin Yi asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Why did you kill him? Hu Lin Yi asked. I don't know him, but the moment he saw me, he told me to choose one of the two paths. Either I destroy my own face or I die in his hands. Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, What would you choose, Your Majesty? Bastard. Hu Lin Yi cursed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he was cursing Li Hao instead of Duan Lingtian. Your Majesty. At the same time, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lin Yi and said through voice transmission, Li Hao is much stronger than the one basic celestial duke by Duan Lingtian's side. However, before Elder Feng showed up and Li Hao was about to attack, Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It's obvious he's not afraid at all. Huang Jialong did not continue speaking after he finished speaking. He did not continue because he knew even if he did not continue, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would be able to guess what he was going to say. It seems like he's being protected by a celestial king or above. Furthermore, he's not even 100 years old, but he's already nearly invincible among high immortals. Moreover, with his innate talent, the 3 sects and 2 clans will definitely fight over him after he comes out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, no matter which sect or clan he joins, I'll still benefit greatly from him. Whether it's to avoid offending the powerhouse behind him or the 3 sects and 2 clans, Li Hao and Li Wei's deaths are not worth mentioning. Chapter 2947. Li Hao and Li Wei only have themselves to blame for their deaths. This matter has come to an end. This matter is settled, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, said loudly. Your wise, your majesty. Huang Jialong smiled and cupped his fists together. Duan Lingtan also cupped his fists together at Hu Lin Yi before they bade farewell and left. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others left the throne room, Hu Lin Yi looked at concubine Lan who was crying beside Li Wei's body and sighed. My concubine, the dead can't be brought back to life. My concubine, I'm sorry for your loss. Concubine Lan trembled slightly when she heard Hu Lin Yi's words of comfort. She lowered her head as a frosty expression appeared on her face. Although she knew this would happen, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she heard Hu Lin Yi's decision. Your Majesty, I'd like to return home for a while and bury my elder brother as well. Concubine Lan took a deep breath and waited for the frost on her face to dissipate before she raised her head and looked at Hu Lin Yi pitifully. All right. Hu Lin Yi nodded in agreement. However, not long after Concubine Lan left with Li Wei's body, Hu Lin Yi, who was sitting on the main seat in the throne room, showed no signs of leaving the throne room. Hey phone. Hu Lin Yi sat on the dragon throne and looked at the void in front of him as he called out a name indifferently. Your Majesty. As soon as Hu Lin Yi finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Hu Lin Yi. It was a young man dressed in black. His face was cold, and his eyes were hollow as though they were soulless. After concubine Lan buries her elder brother, you'll send her on her way. Hu Lin Yi took a deep breath. It seemed like he had made a huge decision. Your Majesty, you? The young man was taken aback. His hollow eyes seemed to have gained some color at this moment. Concubine Lan isn't a person who is easily reconciled. She might be able to tolerate the death of her nephew. However, she may be able to tolerate the death of her elder brother, Li Wei. But if she finds the opportunity, she will definitely take revenge. In order to stop her from provoking the Duan Lingtan, I have no choice but to get rid of her. Hu Lin Yi replied. Compared to the benefits offered by the 3 sects and 2 clans, Concubine Lan is not worth mentioning. Hu Lin Yi's tone turned cold as he spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The cold-looking young man retreated and his figure once again disappeared into the void. It was as if he was returning to where he came from. At the other side, soon after the trio left the throne room, Xue Feng, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Young Master Duan, can you show me the stone that Hu Lai gave you? As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Feng seemed to realize that his words were a little abrupt. He immediately added, Of course, if young Master Duan finds it inconvenient, that's fine too. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out the first form profound divine metal that Hu Lai had given him earlier from his spatial ring. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew that the stone was a profound divine metal. Xue Feng took the stone from Huang Xiaolong. First, he tried to use some of his strength to break the stone, but it did not budge. In the end, he gradually increased his strength. However, even with all his strength, he could not leave a mark on the stone. In fact, when he used his divine consciousness to scan the stone, he did not discover anything special about it. What a strange stone. Xue Feng shook his head as he returned the stone to Duan Lingtan. It seems like Hu Lai wasn't lying. Even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke can't leave a mark on the stone. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he put the stone away. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that Xue Feng would recognize the stone. What a joke! Previously, even Xia Jie from the Divine Offering Land, who was much more powerful than the heavens and earth in the Devata realms, failed to recognize the other first-form profound divine metal. How could Shui Feng, a mere 10 directions celestial duke, discover the secret of the first-form profound divine metal? Unless he possessed a second-form profound divine metal or chaos divine flame, the 5 divine elements would not be able to do so. The 5 divine elements that were at or above the second form possessed intelligence. They would be able to identify the first form divine elements and inform their host. For this reason, most people would only be able to identify the first form divine elements through this method. Since Duan Ling Tian had seen 3 types of first form profound divine metals, he would be able to recognize a 4th type of profound divine metal even without the help of the 5 divine elements' second form profound divine metals. However, he would have to ask the second form divine elements if he wanted to be certain. Soon after, Huang Jialong and Shui Feng had escorted Duan Ling Tian back to the Origin Gathering Hall. Lu Guanglin, who had returned to the Origin Gathering Hall earlier, was already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. "Brother Duan, the person next to you is very loyal to you." Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow when he saw Lu Guanglin standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Naturally, Lu Guanglin would not be inferior to Duan Ling Tian. "Why don't you come in and have a seat, young master?" When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian invited Huang Jialong to enter the courtyard. However, Huang Jialong tactfully declined. "Brother Duan, it's getting late so I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again in a few days." After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left with Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian only entered the courtyard after Huang Jialong and Lu Guanglin disappeared from his sight. Lu Guanglin followed behind him like a shadow. "Guanglin, what do you think of Huang Jialong?" Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Guanglin after they entered the courtyard and sat down at the stone table. "Master, although the young governor of Passage City misunderstood that you have an extraordinary background and that you're protected by a powerhouse, based on his interaction with you, he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Instead, it's your outstanding performance that attracted him to approach you, Master." Lu Guanglin expressed his opinion when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. "My outstanding performance attracted him to approach you?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin deeply. "Guanglin, you're really good at flattering me, however, it's just as you said. This Huang Jialong didn't have any ulterior motives when he befriended me. He just appreciated me." After living for 2 lifetimes, Duan Ling Tian had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, after interacting with Huang Jialong for half a day, he could vaguely tell that Huang Jialong was a straightforward person who was worth befriending. Naturally, it would be unrealistic to say that Huang Jialong was not a scheming person. Based on how Huang Jialong dealt with Li Wei's matter, it was clear that he was not a simple person. This was not surprising. As the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation and the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, how could he be a simple person? However, Duan Ling Tian could sense Huang Jialong's sincerity when he interacted with Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that Huang Jialong genuinely wanted to befriend him. Time will reveal a person's true nature. If he simply wants to befriend me, it's fine to have more friends. However, if he has other ulterior motives, he can forget about getting what he wants. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. "Guanglin." After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin and said, "Help me purchase some medicinal herbs in the next few days. Buy whatever you can. I'll think of something else if I can't buy them." After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he told Lu Guanglin all the medicinal herbs he needed. As a one basic celestial duke, Lu Guanglin's photographic memory was nothing to him. As soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he quickly left. "As long as I refine the profound golden pill and consume it, I'll be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'll need some time to stabilize my cultivation base before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, it'll take some time to stabilize my cultivation base if I use pills to improve my cultivation base." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after Lu Guanglin left. The profound golden pill was a top prominent celestial pill that was much more difficult to refine than the overarching heaven pill. In fact, compared to the profound golden pill, the overarching heaven pill was only an ordinary pill. The profound golden pill was a prominent celestial pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Regardless of the level of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would raise the cultivation base of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial by a level. Naturally, this applied to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The next step after that was to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was to become a celestial duke. For this reason, most overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose to consume the profound golden pill when they were a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This way, the medicinal efficacy of the pill would be maximized and would not be wasted. Due to the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the profound golden pill, it was extremely rare. At the very least, when Duan Lingtian was in the borderlands, he had never heard of anyone who could refine or obtain the profound golden pill. After all, the formula of the profound golden pill was not a secret. The reason the profound golden pill was so rare was due to the high requirements for celestial alchemists. Even among 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. In fact, even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade and above would be able to refine a prominent celestial pill like the profound golden pill with 100% success rate. I'm afraid even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the profound golden pill. Chapter 2948. In the Devata realms, overarching heavenly supreme celestials could use the profound golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, great overarching golden celestials could use the golden evolution pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, ordinary golden celestials could use the gilded golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. Duan Lingtian had left the palace today because he had successfully broken through and become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial yesterday. After spending the entire night stabilizing his cultivation base, he left the palace early in the morning with Lu Guanglin. They went to the restaurant where they met Huang Jialong. After becoming a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian wanted to raise his cultivation base to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to walk out of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. After all, it was said that the lower realm was extremely dangerous. After all, less than half of the people who entered the southern heaven ancient realm would make it out alive. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm restricts entry to celestial dukes and above. Moreover, it said that even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have broken through to the level of a one basic celestial duke would be sent out of the lower realm. If I'm not strong enough to survive, I can't possibly use my consumable royal grade celestial weapon to escape from the lower realm, right? With this in mind, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his cultivation base before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm. The profound golden pill had become his only hope. After all, not even one prominent celestial alchemist in 10,000 would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, as a prominent celestial alchemist who possessed the third form of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian was 70% confident he would be able to refine the profound golden pill. This was Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself and the chaos divine flame. Back then, he had benefited from the Chaos Divine Flame using the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories as a medium to greatly improve his Alchemy Dao talent. It had also allowed his Alchemy Dao level to rise rapidly. Currently, even ordinary Supreme Celestial Alchemists might not be a match for him in alchemy. During the Alchemy Conference in the 6 southeastern regions, even the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was inferior to him. Late at night, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room. A pill cauldron floated in front of him. It was the high-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron that he had been using. It has been a while since I last concocted pills, so my technique has become rusty, and now, Duan Lingtian was familiarizing himself with alchemy techniques. It had been a long time since he last refined a pill. No matter what it was, as long as it required skill, it was normal to be rusty after not touching it for a while. However, with Duan Lingtian's current level of alchemy, it only took him a few hours to familiarize himself with it. Late at night, Lu Guanglin came back. "Sir, many of the larger medicine shops have closed. So, we only managed to buy some medicine. I'll go take a look tomorrow." Due to the fact that Lu Guanglin left his house only when it was dark, he did not reap much of the rewards even though he had traveled through half of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. The next day, Lu Guanglin went out again and only returned when it was dark. "Sir, we're still lacking 2 medicinal herbs. The profound spirit flower and the golden nematode." Lu Guanglin handed all the medicinal herbs he could buy to Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, "The people in charge of the larger medicine shops said the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode are extremely rare. Even the palace might not have them." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. This was within his expectations. "Sir, the medicinal herbs you bought, it seems like they're for refining the profound golden pill?" In the beginning, Lu Guanglin did not know why Duan Lingtian was buying these medicinal herbs. After all, he was not a celestial alchemist and was not familiar with medicinal herbs. However, after running around for the whole day, the people in charge of the medicinal herb stores asked him if he was going to refine the profound golden pill after knowing that he was going to buy the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. Naturally, Lu Guanglin knew what kind of pill the profound golden pill was. It was a prominent celestial pill that could allow a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the profound golden pill was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial pill. It was also known as the best prominent celestial pill in the world. The profound golden pill was renowned among prominent celestial pills not only because of its heaven-defying effects, but also because it was extremely difficult to refine. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Sir, although I'm not a celestial alchemist, I've heard of the profound golden pill. It's said that the profound golden pill is the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Even if 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists were to work together, they might not be able to refine it." Lu Guanglin's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who can successfully refine the profound golden pill. Only a king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill with 100% certainty. Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up as he said, "Sir, do you know a king-grade celestial alchemist?" Lu Guanglin thought Duan Lingtian knew a king-grade celestial alchemist, so he was searching for the ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. If a king-grade celestial alchemist were to refine the profound golden pill, it would not be a problem at all. "No, I don't." However, Lu Guanglin was disappointed when he saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and said, "I plan to refine the profound golden pill myself. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a celestial alchemist." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Sir, please don't tell me you're a king-grade celestial alchemist." Lu Guanglin's gaze changed completely. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. "Of course not." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist." "A prominent celestial alchemist?" Lu Guanglin was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled wryly and said, "Sir, if you're a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you might not be able to refine the profound golden pill even if you gather all the ingredients. Why don't you ask the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he knows a king-grade celestial alchemist?" After learning that Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, Lu Guanglin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's achievements in alchemy at such a young age. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Apart from one's alchemy skills, one's experience was more important in alchemy. Even if a young man who was not even 100 years old was a prominent celestial alchemist, how could he possibly refine the profound golden pill that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists could refine? Although Lu Guanglin respected Duan Lingtian very much, he still did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if I go to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'll ask him for the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode, the two main ingredients for the profound golden pill. Both the mysterious spirit flower and the golden nematode were extremely rare medicinal ingredients. They were also the two most important ingredients needed to refine the mysterious golden pill. Even the name of the profound golden pill was derived from these two herbs. Tomorrow, I'll go to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and ask him if he has the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Even if he's unwilling to give them to me for free, I can still buy them from him using celestial crystals. Although Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, he knew very well that the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely give him the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation really had the two herbs in the palace, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely be willing to give them to him for free. It was almost impossible for him to accept celestial crystals. Does my lord still intend to refine the pills himself? Although Lu Guanglin felt Duan Lingtian's actions were a waste of God's gifts and the medicinal materials that he had gathered with great difficulty, he did not say anything else when he saw Duan Lingtian's determined attitude. Perhaps my lord can really create a miracle? At the same time, in Lu Guanglin's heart, such a crazy idea suddenly popped up. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and sat in the courtyard for a while before he went to look for the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Coincidentally, as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he saw Hu Lin Yi walking out of the residence surrounded by 4 eunuchs. Your Majesty! Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks and cupped his fists slightly at Hu Lin Yi, who was walking toward him. Duan Lingtian? Hu Lin Yi was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. Here to look for me? Duan Lingtian nodded. Is there anything I can help you with? Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile. He was counting on the purple-clad young man to bring him many benefits, so it was only natural that he greeted him with a smile. Your Majesty, I'd like to ask if you have the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace? If you do, I'm willing to buy them with celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Profound spirit flower? Golden nematode? Hu Lin Yi's eyes glinted. If I'm not mistaken, these two herbs are the main ingredients to refine the prominent celestial pill, the profound golden pill, right? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he concealed the profound divine metal's aura and revealed his cultivation base. I plan to consume the profound golden pill before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That way, I'll be able to shine brightly in front of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Lingtian's words touched Hu Lin Yi's heart. Why, you're only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Hu Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock when he sensed Duan Lingtian's aura. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but his strength was far stronger than the 4th prince. Chapter 2949. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not expect Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was none other than this heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had easily blocked the attack of Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, during the southern heaven combat. Then, he defeated Huang Jialong with just 1 move. Even his son, Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince, was not strong enough to defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, his son was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Although Hu Lin Yi had concealed his cultivation base, He had assumed Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What did this mean? It meant Duan Ling Tian's strength would increase as long as his cultivation base improved. Duan Ling Tian still had a lot of room for improvement after becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, unless Duan Ling Tian mastered a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, there was basically no room for improvement before he became a celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian is already so strong when he's only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I wonder how strong he'll be when he becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Linyi's heart trembled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If he successfully becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll be one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, right? Thinking of this, Hu Lini sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression turned solemn. Duan Lingdan, do you really plan to join the 3 sects and 2 clans? Hu Lin-yi asked Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Based on the current situation, Hu Lin-yi was certain Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. He was worried Duan Ling Tian had no intention of joining the 3 sects and 2 clans. If that was the case, no matter how outstanding Duan Ling Tian was, he would not be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll definitely join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Ling Tian knew what was on Hu Linyi's mind, so he did not hesitate to answer Hu Linyi's question. He did not feel guilty at all when he looked at Hu Linyi. Hu Linyi nodded. Regardless of whether it's the black spirit flower or the golden nematode, they're both extremely rare medicinal herbs. However, I don't have any golden nematodes, nor do I have any in the palace. As Hu Linyi spoke, he raised his hand, and a glowing flower appeared in his hand. This flower flickered with a dim light from top to bottom. It had a total of 9 petals, and they were swaying on top of it. Although it was a flower that had long left its stem, there was no sign of it withering. It was still bright and extraordinary. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, have you found a celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill? Hu Lini asked as he handed the profound spirit flower to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll remember this favor. Duan Ling Tian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the profound spirit flower. As for the celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill, there's no need to trouble you, Your Majesty. Hu Lini's eyes lit up. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Even if he wanted to find a celestial alchemist who could refine the profound golden pill, he would have to pay a certain price. Of the 2 main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill, the golden nematode is rarer than the profound spirit flower. I'll order my men to keep an eye out for news of the golden nematode. I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Hu Lini looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. With Hu Lini's help, it would be much easier for him to find the golden nematode. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Hu Lini again, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Hu Lini and left. After returning to the Origin Gathering Hall, Duan Ling Tian crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. The communication celestial talisman he was using was one of the more advanced communication celestial talismans in the Devata realms. It required a soul imprint from the target before it could be sent out. Nobody, not even a celestial emperor, would be able to stop the communication celestial talisman from being sent out. This was because the communication celestial talisman was transmitted through a soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman was much more valuable than ordinary communication celestial talismans. Even ordinary communication celestial talismans left behind by celestial kings were not as valuable as this communication celestial talisman. The communication celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand was given to him by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation after he had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, the imperial family had also given him the soul imprint of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, not everyone who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm would receive such treatment. According to the imperial family member who had given him the communication celestial talisman, apart from the fourth prince, he, Huang Jialong, and Huang Jiachao were the only ones who received such treatment. The others, including the woman who also possessed a king-grade celestial weapon, did not receive such treatment. Naturally, the woman did not need such treatment as well. After all, Huang Jialong had told Duanling Tian that the old woman was a basic celestial king and was a sectless cultivator. The woman was also a sectless cultivator. She had participated in the Southern Heaven combat to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm to train and join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. According to Huang Jialong, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. In the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Yuanfei was one of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. It was not an exaggeration to call him the right-hand man of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. After sending out the communication celestial talisman, Duanling Tian did not receive a reply even after a long time. He was puzzled. Did I make a mistake? That's how it should be used. This was the first time Duanling Tian had used the communication celestial talisman ever since he had obtained it. Therefore, he was puzzled when Huang Jialong did not reply. According to the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman on behalf of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, this communication celestial talisman is extremely fast. Logically speaking, he should have received the message by now. Duanling Tian was still puzzled when he heard Huang Yuanfei's voice. At this moment, Huang Jialong's voice rang from outside the courtyard. "Brother Duan, why did you come all the way here? Can't you just send me a message?" Duanling Tian asked in confusion when Lu Guanglin brought Huang Jialong into the courtyard. The corner of Huang Jialong's mouth twitched when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "Brother Duan, don't you know how precious this communication celestial talisman is? Even my father only gave me 3 communication celestial talismans. Apart from my 5th brother and me, my other 3 brothers only got 1 each. His Majesty gave you this communication celestial talisman so that you can ask him for help when you're in danger." Huang Jialong explained. "Ask for help? Is this communication celestial talisman really that fast?" Duanling Tian was taken aback. Although the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman to him had left the soul imprint of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told him that he could contact the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he was in danger. However, in his opinion, by the time the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation received the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he would already be a corpse. For this reason, he did not plan to use the communication celestial talisman even when he encountered Li Wei and the sectless cultivator whom Li Wei had hired. Firstly, he was afraid the communication celestial talisman would alert Li Wei. If that happened, he might not even have the chance to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Secondly, he did not trust the communication celestial talisman. He trusted the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon more. Of course, Huang Jialong said matter-of-factly, "As soon as you crush this communication celestial talisman, you'll be able to send a message to the person who possesses the soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman is extremely precious. In the black market of the supporting Fall Nation, the price of 1 communication celestial talisman is 100 prominent celestial crystals." Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian with a pained expression on his face as he said, "Brother Duan, if it's not convenient for you to look for me personally, you can ask Guanglin to look for me directly. Please don't use this communication celestial talisman recklessly." "What? A communication celestial talisman costs 100 prominent celestial crystals?" Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin were stunned. They did not expect the communication celestial talisman to be so precious. 100 high-grade celestial crystals were equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade celestial crystals. After all, the celestial crystal vein in the supporting Fall Nation was only a mediocre celestial crystal vein. Most of the celestial crystals in the vein were mediocre celestial crystals and prominent celestial crystals. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon is only worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals, right? A communication celestial talisman is worth 10 Duke-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin muttered to himself. The value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the supporting Fall Nation was similar to the value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the Borderlands. Duke-grade celestial weapon? Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. Guanglin, if you want to exchange a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a communication celestial talisman in the black market, you'll need at least 15 Duke-grade celestial weapons. This communication celestial talisman is much rarer than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This communication celestial talisman is inscribed by a formation master. Its effect is similar to a teleportation formation. As far as I know, a formation master who's capable of inscribing such a communication celestial talisman is at least a king-grade celestial alchemist or king-grade celestial weapon craftsman. Chapter 2950. Of course, only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen at the king grade and above can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. There are also many formation grandmasters who are skilled in setting up spirit arrays who can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. However, these formation grandmasters are not ordinary people. At the very least, there aren't any in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion might not have such formation grandmasters. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin realized how precious these communication celestial talismans were. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can be used to save lives. You should keep them for yourself. Lu Guanglin's hands trembled as he took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and returned them to Duan Lingtian. These 3 communication celestial talismans were given to him by Duan Lingtian. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communications celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian had given Lu Guanglin 3 communications celestial talismans as well as his soul imprint. This was to make it easier for Lu Guanglin to contact Duan Lingtian in case of emergency. The soul imprint was extracted from the soul pearl. When Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin the 3 communication celestial talismans, he also gave Lu Guanglin his soul pearl. Since the soul pearl was imprinted with his soul imprint, it could be used to communicate at any time. Although there was a cost, it was minimal. Moreover, if the soul imprint was gone, it could be replenished. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans and a soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. It was the soul pearl of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The soul pearl of the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor could directly determine whether he was dead or alive. However, the reason he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian was not to let Duan Lingtian know whether he was dead or alive. Instead, he wanted Duan Lingtian to send him a message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. In the eyes of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian was someone who could bring him many benefits. Therefore, it was necessary for him to protect Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he had to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety before the Duan Lingtian obtained all sorts of benefits for him. Of the 10 immortal message talismans, the Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin 3. Lu Guanglin had taken into consideration that Duan Lingtian did not know the value of this immortal message talisman, and therefore wanted to return it to Duan Lingtian. Keep it for yourself. I still have 6. Duan Lingtian did not take the immortal message talisman from Lu Guanglin. Instead, he asked Lu Guanglin to keep it. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jialong and said, "Young master, brother Duan, please don't call me young master in the future. Just call me Jialong." Huang Jialong interrupted Duan Lingtian with a hint of hope in his eyes as he said, "Unless, brother Duan, you don't see me as a friend yet." Jialong, Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Huang Jialong when he saw the hope in Huang Jialong's eyes. Then he said without beating around the bush, "Since you've received my immortal message talisman, I'm sure you know why I'm looking for you. Do you have any news about the golden nematode?" He had sent the immortal message talisman to ask Huang Jialong if he knew where to find the golden nematode. Golden nematode? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow. I don't think this herb is very useful. I only know that it can be used as the main ingredient of the profound golden pill. It's also a necessary ingredient to refine the profound golden pill. Although Huang Jialong knew this, he did not think about the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill would be useless to Duan Lingtian. The profound golden pill could help a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It could also help an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the profound golden pill was useless to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I'm looking for the golden nematode because of the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He did not hide this from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, let alone Huang Jialong. Profound golden pill? Huang Jialong frowned. Brother Duan, why do you want the profound golden pill? It seems like the profound golden pill is useless to you and Guanglin, right? As Huang Jialong spoke, he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Lu Guanglin, then back to Duan Lingtian. It's useless to Guanglin, but it's useful to me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his cultivation base surged out of his soul and penetrated the profound divine metal's protection before it appeared in front of Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded when he sensed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He was still in a daze for a long time. At that very moment, Huang Jialong was dumbstruck. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Heavens! Duan Lingtian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He was defeated by a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial during the southern heaven combat? Brother Duan. After a long while, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. Now, you should know how useful the profound golden pill is to me, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong nodded as a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you're only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Brother Duan. With your strength, if you break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, you'll be one of the strongest among the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials who will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later. Huang Jialong could not help but sigh. 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew the supporting Fall Nation would send 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after the 3 sects and 2 clans opened the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later. However, he did not expect 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials would enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, based on the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who would enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later, it was clear the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were extremely powerful. Yes, 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I suspect there will be more than 15,000 of them. Huang Jialong said. The supporting Fall Nation is only a small nation in the profound Nether Mansions territory. There are thousands of small nations like the supporting Fall Nation in the profound Nether Mansions territory. The profound Nether Mansions territory encompasses more than 1,000 small nations. It's also known as the Thousand Nations land. This time, there are at least 10,000 people from the Thousand Nations territory who will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Including the disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as well as those from the 8th grade sects and clans, there are at least 15,000 people who have entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. As it turned out, the profound nether mansion was so huge. The supporting Fall nation was only one of the many small nations in the profound nether mansion's territory. Does this mean the people who will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later will be the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion's territory? Lu Guanglin was stunned as well. He did not expect so many people to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will open in 6 months. All the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansions district will try their best to obtain a spot to enter the lower realm. As long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansions territory are strong enough, they'll be able to obtain a spot in any nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Take the southern heaven combat held by the supporting Fall nation as an example. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials are eligible to participate. There's no restriction on non-citizens of the supporting Fall nation. This is because the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation wants 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials he can find to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Those who come out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive will be eligible to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans will also rank the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who come out alive. The higher the rank of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the more benefits the overarching heavenly supreme celestial will bring to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For example, Brother Duan, if you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, you'll receive better rewards. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, as for the rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as they're mediocre or above, they're all things that ordinary celestial kings can only dream of obtaining. Even the mediocre rewards are king-grade celestial weapons, king-grade pills, and precious materials. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation valued him so much. Brother Duan, did you look for the Emperor? If he knows you're only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll definitely do his best to help you obtain the profound spirit flower and the golden thread grass so you can become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong reminded Duan Ling Tian. Yes, I did. I obtained the profound spirit flower from him. Moreover, he also said he'll help me search for the golden thread grass. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In that case, all you have to do is wait for the news. The supporting Fall Nation's intelligence network is one of the best in the Thousand Nations. Huang Jialong said, I'm sure you'll find the golden thread grass in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 2951. In fact, it was just as Huang Jialong had said. About 10 days later, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent someone to look for Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Duan, we found a clue about the golden nematode. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the person and asked urgently, where can I find the golden nematode? The imperial family of the solitary nation, which is adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, has the golden nematode. The person did not beat around the bush when faced with Duan Ling Tian's question. He said bluntly, the solitary nation's imperial family has 2 golden nematodes. When His Majesty found out the imperial family of the solitary nation had the golden nematodes, he immediately asked for them even if he had to pay a high price. His Majesty contacted the Emperor of the solitary nation through a communications celestial talisman. However, he was rejected. The person sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. He was disappointed. Although he had found a clue about the golden nematode, it seemed like there was no way he could get his hands on the golden nematode. However, the person's next words made Duan Ling Tian's eyes light up. It seemed like there was still a chance for Duan Ling Tian to turn the situation around. However, there's a reason why the Emperor of the solitary nation rejected His Majesty's request. This is because a few days ago, the emperors of the other 2 nations had contacted the Emperor of the solitary nation via immortal message talismans. all of them expressed their interest in buying the 2 golden nematodes from the royal family of the solitary nation. Initially, the emperor of the solitary nation wanted to give one of the golden nematodes to each of them, but they rejected his offer. They wanted to keep the 2 golden nematodes for themselves. Since the emperor of the solitary nation didn't want to offend either of the 2 nations, he decided to hold a royal auction 2 months later to auction off the 2 golden nematodes. It's said that the emperors of the other 2 nations would send people to the capital of the solitary nation to participate in the royal auction. The person paused for a moment before he continued. Therefore, His Majesty has decided to send Governor Huang of Passage City to the solitary nation's capital to participate in the auction held by the solitary nation's royal family in 2 months to bid for the golden nematode. For this reason, His Majesty asked me to inform you that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will do our best to obtain the golden nematode during the solitary nation's imperial auction 2 months later. The person finished speaking in one breath. Solitary nation? Royal auction? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he murmured, then the emperors of the other 2 countries want the golden nematode. Could it be that they also want the profound gold pill? Although Duan Lingtian had intentionally lowered his voice, the person still heard him clearly. Young Master Duan, the emperors of the other 2 nations are after the profound gold pill. It's said that the 7th prince, whom the emperor of the Moran nation dotes on the most, has mastered all sorts of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although he's only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, if he manages to obtain the profound gold pill before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll be able to shine in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. As for the emperor of the East Ming nation, it's said that he wants the profound gold pill for a genius sectless cultivator. Although the genius sectless cultivator is only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he has mastered the power of the law and defeated all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. Under such circumstances, the emperor of the East Ming nation wants to give the profound gold pill to the genius sectless cultivator. Even if the genius sectless cultivator takes the profound gold pill and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the future, with his outstanding performance, he'll definitely be ranked as one of the top prodigies in the southern heaven ancient realm. If such a genius were to join any one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, that sect or clan would definitely not be stingy to the East Ming nation, which had discovered him. The person paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is similar to you, young Master Duan. Young Master Duan, you're also a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but you're stronger than all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. If you're a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the supporting Fall nation, that sectless cultivator is also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the East Ming nation." The person continued to speak. A heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial has mastered the power of the law? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the person's words. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that the heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had a king-grade celestial method or divine ability for him to comprehend and master the power of the law. For this reason, the heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial was able to defeat all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. At some point, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Huang Jialong so easily was due to the remaining power of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. If Duan Lingtian were to fight Huang Jialong again, he was certain he would not be a match for Huang Jialong even if he used all his techniques. Although both of them possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and had similar attainments in celestial methods and divine abilities, the gap between their cultivation bases was insurmountable. Moreover, the genius sectless cultivator is not even 100 years old. What shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong the most was the shocking news that the person revealed. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the power of the law. How monstrous was this person? In the East Ming nation, many people are saying that the genius sectless cultivator is a reincarnated cultivator who was extremely powerful in his past life. However, this has not been confirmed, and it is more of a guess of others. After the person finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Young Master Duan, His Majesty said that if you're interested in participating in the imperial auction in 2 months, you can go with City Governor Huang. Just inform young City Lord Huang Jialong in advance. After the person finished speaking, he walked away and disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was still on the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Since the genius sectless cultivator was not even 100 years old, he must be someone who had a fortuitous encounter if he was not a reincarnated cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much at such a young age. Guanglin, what do you think about the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin. My lord. Lu Guanglin's expression was solemn as he said, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is able to comprehend the power of the law even though he's not even 100 years old. He's either a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter or he's a reincarnated cultivator. Although reincarnated cultivators have to recultivate their cultivation base from scratch, due to the fact that they have memories of their past lives, it's equivalent to directly inheriting the celestial methods, divine abilities, and the laws they comprehended in their past lives. Lu Guanglin said, however, although there's no lack of people who reincarnate in the Devata realms, there are very few of them. First of all, not many people are willing to give up everything they have to reincarnate. Secondly, it's very risky to reincarnate as a celestial. It can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Lu Guanglin spoke frankly and confidently, expressing his own opinion. Therefore, I'm more inclined to think that he's the kind of person who has great luck and obtained an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. That's why he has today. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, he agreed with Lu Guanglin. I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law before I'm 100 years old if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. If you obtain a fire attribute king-grade celestial method or divine ability, with the help of the chaos divine flame, it'll be easy for you to comprehend the law of fire. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time resonated from the place where his soul was located. The profound divine metal? Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, that voice continued to sound, and it contained a sense of urgency. Boy, the chaos divine flame left me a message saying you obtained a first form profound divine metal? Quick, take it out and give it to me. The owner of the voice was none other than the second form profound divine metal that had been guarding Duan Lingtian's soul. Based on the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame had left him a message about the first form profound divine metal before it fell into a deep slumber. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice. He casually took the first form profound divine metal out of his spatial ring. As soon as the stone was in his hand, he could clearly feel a golden energy coming out of the profound divine metal from the side of his soul and enveloping his hand. To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand. The stone began to tremble violently. You're not even sentient, and yet, you want to resist? Little guy, be a good boy and become a part of my body. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's voice again, he saw the stone in his hand being melted by the golden energy and becoming a part of the golden energy. The golden energy returned as quickly as it had appeared. Moreover, it seemed to be stronger when it returned. Duan Lingtian knew this meant the first form profound divine metal had been devoured by the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this is... Chapter 2952. My lord, this is... In Lu Guanglin's eyes, a golden energy suddenly extended from Duan Ling Tian's body and shrouded his hand. Then, a stone appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand and melted, becoming part of the golden energy. Finally, the golden energy became stronger after it assimilated the stone and returned to Duan Ling Tian's body. He had no idea what was going on. This was his first time seeing something like this. However, even though he did not know what was going on, and even though it was his first time seeing such a scene, he could clearly sense that it was not as simple as it seemed. "Oh no. I'll tell you when I have the chance," Duan Ling Tian replied to Lu Guanglin. Then he shifted his attention to the profound divine metal in his body. Duan Ling Tian could see the damaged metal piece, the profound divine metal, in his soul's spiritual sea was quickly replenished by the golden energy that had extended out of the profound divine metal. However, it was only a small part of the profound divine metal. The profound divine metal was still incomplete, but it was not as badly damaged as before. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin did not think much of it. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian must have his reasons for saying so. Lu Guanglin watched Duan Ling Tian doing nothing for a long time. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian was doing, but he continued to watch over him patiently. "Boy, you've done well. If you can find another piece of first form profound divine metal, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal." The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's soul. It was not stingy with its praise for Duan Lingtian. "If I transform into a third form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you comprehend the law of metal in the future when you comprehend celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. Apart from that, I'll be able to protect your soul in my third form and merge with your celestial weapon to increase its power when you're facing an enemy. Alright, I'll go back to sleep now that I've said so much. All the best, but help me transform into a third form profound divine metal as soon as possible, and I won't mistreat you." The profound divine metal's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Ling Tian had a lot of questions to ask, but he did not know where to vent them. Profound divine metal. However, based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to merge with a celestial weapon to increase its power after transforming into a third form celestial weapon? What are the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame? I only know that they're two of the 5 divine elements. Divine metal. Divine metals divine metal. Divine metals first form divine metals first forms divine is celestials divine fire, divine. The chaos divine metals can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Apart from that, the chaos divine fire is different from ordinary celestial fires. Ordinary celestial fires are divided into 2 types. One is suitable for forging weapons while the other is suitable for refining pills. As for the primal chaos divine flame, it can be used to refine weapons and pills. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flames can help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal. What about the profound divine metal and chaos divine flames, ants? Is there a greater use for it? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about the chaos divine metal and the chaos divine flames, and naturally, he knew he would have to find other chaos divine flames and profound divine metals for them to devour and assimilate. The imperial family of the Solitary Nation will be holding an auction in the capital of the Solitary Nation in 2 months. I'll go look for Jia Long and pay a visit to his father, the city governor of Passage City. After bidding farewell to Lu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin and made their way to the city governor's estate's branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation was a nation. There were 36 cities like Passage City under the Supporting Fall Nation. In the Supporting Fall Nation's territory, the 36 city governors were equivalent to a marquis. Of course, there were differences between the 36 cities and the 36 city lords. For example, among the 36 cities in the Supporting Fall Nation, Passage City was ranked in the top 3 in terms of resources and population in the Supporting Fall Nation. Needless to say, the city governor of Passage City was the strongest powerhouse below the Celestial King realm in the supporting Fall Nation. He was also the most trusted right-hand man of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. During his time as the city governor of Passage City, the city's development could be said to be at its peak. In the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, each of the 36 city governors had a branch in Passage City. After the Southern Heaven combat, since Huang Yuanfei's two sons had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in 6 months, and there was nothing important in Passage City, Huang Yuanfei decided to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the time being. He would only return to Passage City after his sons left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. During this time, he would stay in the city governor's estate to guide his sons in their cultivation. Although the Passage City's branch in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it was still huge. The entrance was grand, and it felt as though one was standing in front of a small Imperial Palace. Young Master Duan, our young city governor has instructed us to bring you to him directly without informing him of your arrival. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin arrived at the entrance of the city governor's estate's branch in Passage City, one of the guards gestured for them to enter as soon as they arrived. After Duan Lingtian led Lu Guanglin through the entrance, the guard quickly caught up with them and led the way. After entering the entrance, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although the city governor's estate in Passage City was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it had everything that the Imperial Palace had. Although it was small, it had everything. This was what Duan Lingtian felt when he entered the estate. Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor in the middle of the garden that he had meticulously repaired and stepped on the limestone tiles. He felt as if he was surrounded by 100 flowers as he felt the fragrance that assaulted his nose. Apart from that, he could also hear the rhythmic sound of running water. Although he was far away, he could still hear the sound of running water. "Brother Duan, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door first." After the guard announced their departure, Huang Jialong stepped out of the entrance and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he invited Lu Guanglin and Duan Lingtian into the estate. "You're going to look for me?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he walked into the estate. "I'm sure you're here for the same thing? The golden nematodes, right?" Huang Jialong asked with a smile as he sat down at a stone table in the middle of the estate after he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down. "You know about it?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Did City Governor Huang tell you about it?" Huang Jialong nodded. "My father told me that His Majesty has asked him to participate in the imperial auction of the Solitary Nation in 2 months. He said he must obtain the 2 golden nematodes that are going to be auctioned off by the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. After Father received His Majesty's message, he told me to ask you if you intend to go to the capital of the Solitary Nation with him to attend the auction organized by the Solitary Nation's royal family. What do you think? Brother Duan, do you want to go and have a look? If you want to go, I'll go as well." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Huang Jialong added, "Naturally, I'm not interested in going if you don't want to go." "I'll go," Duan Lingtian replied. Of course, he would go. 2 months later, the Solitary Nation's royal family would hold an auction for the golden nematode. Even if the city lord of Passage City managed to obtain the golden nematode, it would still take some time for him to return from the Solitary Nation and obtain the golden nematode. If Duan Lingtian went, he would be able to refine the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the profound golden pill in the Solitary Nation. "Then I'll go as well." Huang Jialong's interest was piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Jialong," after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and asked, "Is City Governor Huang in?" Since Duan Lingtian was already there, he decided to meet Huang Jialong out of courtesy. It did not matter if it was due to his friendship with Huang Jialong or his status as the city governor of Passage City. "Brother Duan, what a coincidence. Just an hour ago, my father told me that he'll be going to the imperial auction of the Solitary Nation in 1.5 months' time. After that, he left the capital and returned to Passage City." Huang Jialong shook his head and said, When he returns, it'll be the time for us to depart. In that case, we'll have to meet City Governor Huang when we depart for the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian nodded. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace. In the next 1.5 months, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he focused on alchemy to improve his alchemy techniques. Although his cultivation base had improved, his foundation was still unstable after consuming the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even after consuming the profound golden pill, his cultivation base was still in the same state. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time cultivating. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he would wait until he had consumed the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months later, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin flew in the sky above the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. In just a blink of an eye, they were near the people standing in the distance. Brother Duan. Chapter 2953. A few days ago, Huang Jialong had looked for Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian that they would depart at this time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital on time. Brother Duan, I'll bring you to see my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong turned around and led the way for Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin to meet the 3 people in the distance. One of the 3 people was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. However, it was his first time meeting the other 2 people. One of them was an old man in a black robe. He had a head of gray hair, a thin body, and a bony face. He gave people the feeling that he was just skin and bones. He emitted a cold aura as he stood there. The other person was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He had a square face, short hair, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He had an awe-inspiring aura. The middle-aged man stood there like an iron tower, but also like an angry Vajra. Compared to the black-robed old man, the white-robed middle-aged man was the other extreme. Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before. When Huang Jialong arrived in front of Huang Yuanfei, he brought Duan Lingtian in front of him and greeted Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. Little brother Duan, we meet again. Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. He did not put on the airs of the city governor of Passage City or an elder. His attitude was as if he was talking to someone of equal status. This made Duan Lingtian feel comfortable. City Governor Huang Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Ah, alright. However, calling you Lingtian sounds distant, so I'll just call you Little Tian. Considering your age, I'm not taking advantage of you by calling you that. Huang Yuanfei laughed. His words had unknowingly closed the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, this is Elder Mo. He's my foster father and also my father's sworn brother. This is Bai Gang, my brother. You can call him Uncle Bai. Huang Yuanfei introduced the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had been completely seen through, as if he had nowhere to hide in front of these 2 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense that something was amiss between these 2 people, but he could not put his finger on it. Elder Mo, Uncle Bai. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the 2 of them. Not bad, not bad. No wonder Jialong said you're impressive. You're able to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100, and you're even stronger than him. You're not simple at all, Bai Gang said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was a cheerful person. As for the black-robed old man, he merely nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. His gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he was completely unperturbed. Little brat Lingtian, this old man Mo's temper is just like that. He's very boring, just ignore him. Bai Gang said with a smile, trying to diffuse the awkwardness between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed old man. Elder Mo, everyone's here. Let's go. At the same time, Huang Yuanfei looked at the black-robed old man. All right. The black-robed old man nodded in response. As soon as he nodded, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he sped away. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, deafening to the ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was caught by the black-robed old man who had sped into the distance. The old man's black robe fluttered as a vast aura swept out. At the same time, a dazzling black light shone from the old man's body like ink. Swoosh. In the next moment, as the enchanting black light expanded, the ink scattered in all directions, and a colossal figure appeared in the void where the old man was. This was a bird that was as black as ink. It floated in the air like an island in the sky. The feathers on its body were all black and shiny. They looked very tough, like feather blades forged from black iron. Looking from afar, this bird was actually a black eagle. What was different from ordinary eagles was that its body was very large, like a small mountain. In addition, the claws of this huge black eagle flickered with a cold luster. At first glance, it did not seem to be any weaker than an immortal weapon. The huge eagle flew in the sky, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Immortal beast? Elder Mo? Is an immortal beast that transformed into a human? When Duan Lingtian came to a realization, he was slightly surprised. At the same time, he finally understood why he felt that Elder Mo was a little unusual. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Bai Gang. Bai Gang gave him the same feeling as Elder Mo, low-level king rank immortal beast, green-eyed black eagle. When Lu Guanglin saw Elder Mo's true form, he was stunned for a moment before he could not help but exclaim. Lu Guanglin's exclamation immediately caused Elder Mo, who had transformed into his true form, to turn his head slightly. A pair of green eyes stared at Lu Guanglin. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true form. It was rare for Elder Mo to be so talkative. Even when Duan Lingtian greeted him, he did not say anything. Low-level king rank immortal beast? Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the green-eyed black eagle, he had read about low-level king rank immortal beasts in some memory celestial talismans. After reaching adulthood, a low-level king rank immortal beast would become a 1 basic celestial king. If they were talented, they could even become a 2 forms celestial king or 3 talents celestial king. After becoming a celestial king, if they encountered a fortuitous encounter, their strength would increase as well. If they did not encounter a fortuitous encounter, they could only become 3 talents celestial kings at most. Elder Mo's cultivation base. It seems like he's a 1 basic celestial king. Since Duan Lingtian had temporarily possessed strength comparable to ordinary celestial lords and celestial kings with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had a certain understanding of the auras of celestial kings. I can't believe Huang Yuanfei isn't the strongest person in Passage City. There's actually a 1 basic celestial king above him. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue inwardly. Littleton, let's get on Elder Mo's back. Elder Mo will lead the way to the solitary nation. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei stepped into the air and landed on Elder Mo's back. Then, he turned to call out to Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong followed behind Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Duan, with Elder Mo's speed, will arrive at the capital of the solitary nation in 10 days at most. 10 days? It seems like the supporting Fall Nation is still quite a distance away from the capital of the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although 10 days was not a long time, a 1 basic celestial king was a 1 basic celestial king. However, the person who brought them there was a 1 basic celestial king. Moreover, it was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast. After all, bird-type celestial beasts were known for their speed. After all, we're traveling across borders. It's normal for there to be some distance. Huang Jialong smiled. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong, and Lu Guanglin landed on Elder Mo's back after Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang. When he descended onto the back of Old Mo's main body, Duanling Tian only felt that his feet landed steadily as if he was walking on flat ground, and there wasn't the slightest bit of bumpiness. Practically at the same time that Duanling Tian steadied himself, Elder Mo flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky and shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, a translucent black light suddenly rose from Elder Mo's body and transformed into a light shield that shrouded the group on his back. The translucent light barrier that was formed by the black light completely blocked the incoming astral wind as Old Mo swiftly flew forward. That's fast. Duanling Tian looked to his left and right. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. The speed of a one basic celestial king was so fast that he could not even see his surroundings with his naked eye. For a time, he could only look away. Jia Long, is Uncle by a celestial beast as well? Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huh? How did you know? Huang Jialong was shocked when he heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission. He looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. Based on Duanling Tian's question, it was clear he had only guessed that Bai Gang was a celestial beast. However, even though it was just a guess, Huang Jialong was still shocked. It's true? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, he was puzzled as to why he was able to sense the aura of a celestial beast in human form. In the Devata realms, if one's strength was stronger than a celestial beast in human form, it would be easy for one to tell the other was a celestial beast. However, if one's strength was weaker than a celestial beast in human form, one would not be able to tell the other was a celestial beast. Yes, Huang Jialong replied. Brother Duan, how did you know? Huang Jialong asked curiously. I think so. Huang Jialong was looking forward to Duanling Tian's next words. However, what Duanling Tian said next rendered him speechless. Intuition. These were Duanling Tian's exact words. Intuition. In Duanling Tian's opinion, the feeling he had earlier was no different from intuition. When Duanling Tian said it was intuition, the profound divine metal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kid, that's not your intuition. It's because the aura on my body is constantly affecting your soul, causing your soul to have a sharper perception. Duanling Tian nodded. Aren't you in a deep sleep? Why are you awake? Duanling Tian was puzzled. I sensed the little black eagle's aura and was afraid it would eat you. However, it seems like it's an enemy and not a friend. Chapter 2954. Little Black Eagle? The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, had become a little black eagle in the profound divine metal's eyes? Senior, you don't have to worry. If he really does something to me, you'll just have a new host. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to accept you, Senior. Duanling Tian said to the profound divine metal. In his opinion, even if he was killed by the green-eyed black eagle, the profound divine metal could still make the green-eyed black eagle its new host. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than the current me. Duanling Tian continued to say. You said the little black eagle is only stronger than you. If I'm not mistaken, he'll only be a one basic celestial king at most. His celestial beast bloodline is ordinary. The profound divine metal snorted. Naturally, with my guidance, it's not impossible for him to progress further. However, due to his bloodline, it'll be difficult. It'll be even more difficult for him to become a celestial lord. As for becoming a celestial emperor, unless he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, he won't be able to become a celestial emperor. The profound divine metal continued to say. You, on the other hand, are different. With your innate talent, you're considered one of the best among humans. If you have a fortuitous encounter, you'll definitely soar to the top. The difference between your innate talent and the little black eagle's innate talent is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it kills you, I can only temporarily live in its body and let it be my temporary host while I wait for the next host. It's not worthy of being my host. The profound divine metal's words revealed its disdain for the green-eyed black feather eagle's innate talent. It was clear that it looked down on the green-eyed black feather eagle. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black feather eagle was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast, yet it was so weak in the eyes of the profound divine metal. On the other hand, although this little tiger's bloodline is ordinary, because it has a trace of the divine beast white tiger's bloodline, its potential is stronger than this little black eagle's. As long as he's given enough time, breaking through to become a two-form celestial king wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he might even have a chance to become a three-talents celestial king. As for how far it can go, that will depend on its luck. Otherwise, it will stop at the three-talents celestial king realm. The profound divine metal said, "Little tiger?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the profound divine gold's words. Then, he realized the profound divine gold was referring to the white-clad middle-aged man, Bai Gang. "Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Not only is your innate talent monstrous, even your intuition is so accurate." At the same time, Huang Jialong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "That's right. Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. Moreover, he's a peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Elder Mo said Uncle Bai will become a three-talents celestial king in the future." Huang Jialong's words matched the profound divine metal's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the profound divine metal was. "Senior, you and the Chaos Divine Flame are two of the 5 divine elements. Who are the other 3? Duan Lingtian wanted to ask the profound divine metal some questions, but he did not receive any response. The profound divine metal did not respond no matter how many times he called out to it. It fell asleep again? Duan Lingtian's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "Why do I feel like the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are more like pigs instead of the 5 divine elements? They're so good at sleeping." A peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. "Jia Long, what kind of celestial beast is Uncle Bai?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. "Uncle Bai is a copper-flying tiger," Huang Jialong replied. Huang Jialong replied telepathically, "According to Uncle Bai, a copper-patterned flying tiger like him can only be considered the weakest in the flying tiger clan. Above the copper flying tiger is the silver flying tiger. It's a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, it's possible for it to become a 6-combo celestial king in the future. Above the silver flying tiger is the golden flying tiger. It's a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Without a fortuitous encounter, a golden flying tiger will remain a 9 palaces celestial king for the rest of its life. It's difficult for it to become a 10 directions celestial king, let alone a celestial lord. In the Flying Tiger clan, only the dark golden flying tiger has the potential to break through and become a celestial lord. However, it's only a 1 basic celestial lord." Huang Jialong said. "The dark golden flying tiger?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the dark golden flying tiger." Huang Jialong nodded. "I heard from Uncle Bai that the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the Flying Tiger clan. It's considered the royal bloodline of the Flying Tiger clan. If there's no accident, a dark golden flying tiger will be able to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. Naturally, they'll only become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to become a celestial lord or a titled celestial lord, they'll need a lot of fortuitous encounters." Huang Jialong continued to say, "Based on your words, the dark golden flying tiger is most likely a peak king-grade celestial beast. Based on my knowledge, most peak king-grade celestial beasts stop at becoming a 10 directions celestial king." Duan Lingtian said, "That's right." Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the green-eyed black feather eagle to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He knew Bai Gang was a peak king-grade celestial beast, a copper flying tiger. "Jia Long," Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Huang Jialong. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven territory, right?" Old Mo, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory as well, right? Based on his knowledge, most intelligent celestial beasts lived in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Coiling Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. In these Devata realms, more than 80% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts while the rest were humans. Among the 81 Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the only Devata realm where more than 99% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts. This was because if non-celestial beasts were discovered in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they would be attacked. It was not impossible for non-celestial beasts to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven as long as one was strong enough to deal with all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the other Devata realms where celestial beasts lived, they were not as extreme. The celestial beasts there could coexist peacefully with humans and other living beings. Naturally, the celestial beasts in the Devata realms were very united. If humans or other living beings tried to kill the celestial beasts would join forces and attack them. Celestial beasts, especially powerful celestial beasts, were valuable materials. Some could be used to refine pills, some could be used to forge weapons, and some could be used to set up formations. Under such circumstances, if a celestial beast was not strong enough to protect itself, it was destined to become meat on a chopping board. For example, the wings of the green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, under Duan Lingtian's feet, could be used as the main material to forge a duke-grade celestial weapon. If the wings were removed and melted by a king-grade celestial weapon craftsman, it could be forged into a few king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the wings were the least valuable part of the green-eyed black eagle. The green-eyed black eagle had many treasures that were coveted by powerful celestial kings. If one did not have a powerful backer, one would definitely be hunted down by powerful celestial kings if one appeared in public. However, Old Mo and Bai Gang had appeared in the supporting Fall Nation openly. Moreover, it seemed like they had been in the supporting Fall Nation for many years. Duan Lingtian did not believe they would reveal themselves so easily if they did not have a powerful backer. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that both Old Mo and Bai Gang had clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also because they were afraid of the celestial beast clans that no powerful celestial beasts dared to attack them. Of course, Huang Jialong was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's deduction. In his opinion, it was common knowledge that celestial beasts who dared to appear in public in the Devata realms ruled by humans had clans to rely on. In the Southern Heaven Territory, the Flying Tiger clan is one of the largest clans among celestial beasts. According to Uncle Bai, there are at least 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main clan of the Flying Tiger clan. There are many branch clans under the main clan. In the profound Nether Mansions district, there's a branch of the Flying Tiger clan. Uncle Bai is from there. Although the branch of the Flying Tiger clan doesn't have a dark golden flying tiger, there are at least 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers are 10 directions celestial kings. It's also because of this branch of the Flying Tiger clan backing Uncle Bai that he dares to swagger around the streets. King-grade celestial beasts have the ability to leave a soul imprint on the body of their murderer the moment they're killed. Even celestial lords won't be able to remove the soul imprint from their bodies without a period of time. In other words, if Uncle White was killed outside, the murderer would also leave a soul imprint on him, and the clan behind Uncle White would be able to find the murderer through the soul imprint Uncle White left on the murderer and avenge Uncle White. In the Devata realms ruled by humans, due to the low number of celestial beasts, the celestial beasts are very united. Chapter 2955. As for the celestial beast clan that Old Mo belongs to, it's not simple as well. The celestial beast clan behind Old Mo is the Black Feather Eagle clan. The Ink Feather Eagle clan is the same as the Flying Tiger clan. The clansmen are divided into many levels based on their talent. Elder Mo is the green-eyed Dark Feather Eagle of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. The Dark Feather Eagle clan also has the red-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, the orange-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, and the yellow-eyed Dark Feather Eagle that are weaker than Elder Mo. The celestial beasts with higher innate talents than Old Mo include the green-eyed black feather eagle, the blue-eyed black feather eagle, and the purple-eyed black feather eagle. They're mediocre, advanced, and top king-grade celestial beasts respectively. As for the purple-eyed dark feather eagles, their status in the dark feather eagle clan is equivalent to the status of the dark gold flying tiger clan in the flying tiger clan. They are the royal family of the dark feather eagle clan. However, due to the fact that the purple-eyed dark eagle is only a peak king-grade immortal beast while the dark golden flying tiger is a peak king-grade immortal beast, the purple-eyed dark eagle's potential is far inferior to the dark golden flying tigers. It's rare for a purple-eyed dark eagle to produce an immortal emperor. At the very least, the current patriarch of the purple-eyed black feather eagle clan is only a 10 directions celestial king in the southern heaven territory. It's too difficult for an ordinary top king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. Currently, there's only one purple-eyed black feather eagle in the southern heaven territory who has successfully broken through and become a celestial lord. Naturally, the purple-eyed black feather eagle isn't part of the black feather eagle clan. The reason the black feather eagle clan is able to thrive in the southern heaven territory without a celestial lord is mostly because of the purple-eyed black feather eagle. Huang Jialong paused for a moment after he finished speaking. The black feather eagle clan is able to thrive in the southern heaven territory because of a purple-eyed black feather eagle who's not a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. In his opinion, it was impossible. How could the dark feather eagle clan prosper in the southern heaven territory when a mere immortal emperor purple-eyed dark feather eagle was not even part of their clan? How did the ink feather eagle clan do it? Could it be that the purple-eyed dark feather eagle had a heaven-defying encounter that allowed it to become one of the strongest celestial emperors? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility. No. However, Huang Jialong refuted Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The purple-eyed dark eagle is only an ordinary one basic celestial lord. With its strength, it's not enough to protect the dark eagle clan in the southern heaven territory. Why is that? Duan Lingtian felt that there must be some other reason behind this. It's because the purple-eyed dark feather eagle is the mount of the southern heaven territory's southern heaven celestial lord. Huang Jialong enunciated each word clearly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As soon as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though a heavy bomb had been dropped on him. It took him a long time to regain his senses. The one basic celestial lord purple-eyed dark eagle was the mount of the southern heaven celestial lord? Who was the southern heaven celestial lord? He was the ruler of the southern heaven territory. He was the only titled celestial lord in the southern heaven territory. In the southern heaven territory, he only needed to give an order to turn the place into a river of blood and millions of corpses. Even if a celestial lord was guarding the place, they would not be able to withstand his order. No wonder. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. If the purple-eyed dark eagle is the mount of the southern heaven celestial lord, no one in the dark feather eagle clan would dare to make a move against the purple-eyed dark eagle clan. In fact, even if the flying tiger clan is stronger than the dark feather eagle clan, no one would dare to make a move on the dark feather eagle clan. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian finally understood that both Bai Gang and Old Mo had powerful clans of celestial beasts backing them up. It was also because of this that even those powerful people had to consider the Flying Tiger clan and the Dark Feather Eagle clan behind them if they wanted to attack them. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed. He took out the prominent celestial cauldron and continued to refine pills. Brother Duan, you know how to refine pills? Huang Jialong was stunned when Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed and took out the celestial cauldron. His eyes were filled with disbelief. HM? At this moment, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Bai Gang, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Lu Guanglin had long known that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was not surprised. However, he could understand why Huang Jialong and the others were surprised. After all, when he found out that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as easily as drinking water, he was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang, and old Mo, Duan Lingtian took out a pile of herbs and began to refine pills. It only took him half an hour to heat up the cauldron. It did not take him long to refine pills. Bush, 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 bush. Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang widened their eyes in shock when they saw the pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Overarching heaven pills. As for old Mo, who was hurrying on his journey, his huge eyes were filled with disbelief as he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. This was the first time he had seen someone who could refine so many overarching heaven pills in such a short time. Even the supreme celestial alchemists he had met in the past could not refine overarching heaven pills at this rate. So many overarching heaven pills? This brat. He's amazing. Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses one after another. They exchanged a look and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan, you're not planning to refine the profound golden pill yourself, right? Huang Jialong gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's ability to refine overarching heaven pills, there might not even be a supreme celestial alchemist who could compare to him. Perhaps, only a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above would be able to refine overarching heaven pills as fast as him. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Huang Jialong had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to refine the profound golden pill himself, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian admit it. Huang Yuanfei's pupils constricted at this moment. Previously, when the emperor of the supporting Fall nation told him that Duan Lingtian was able to contact a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, he had thought Duan Lingtian had found a king-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. However, Duan Lingtian had just said he planned to refine the profound golden pill himself. After all, it was not easy to refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade or above were confident they could refine the profound golden pill. Brett, do you really plan to refine the profound golden pill yourself? You're not joking. Bai Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You should know that the auction for the golden nematode in the solitary nation will cost a lot of celestial crystals. If the golden nematode is destroyed because of your failure, all the celestial crystals will go to waste." I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You? Bai Gang was about to say something when Huang Yuanfei interjected. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently and asked, "Little Tian, how confident are you that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill?" More than 90%. Duan Lingtian did not even blink when he said these words. Clearly, he was extremely confident. More than 90%? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Gang, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. "Brat, you can't joke about this. Now is not the time to brag. Uncle Bai, I won't say things that I'm not confident about." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Gang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Good, very good. I'll wait and see." Bai Gang was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian's confident expression. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the one who had consumed the profound golden pill. If he failed to refine the pill, it would be Duan Lingtian's loss. "Little Tian, if you're really confident that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill, when we obtain the 2 golden nematodes, you can refine another profound golden pill for yourself. We'll let the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation bid for it and sell it to the highest bidder at a sky-high price," Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Huang Yuanfei was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a special prominent celestial pill. Even if it was successfully refined, only one pill could be refined in one cauldron. Even if an emperor-grade celestial alchemist refined the profound golden pill, only one pill could be refined. Huang Cheng, Duan Lingtian was about to address Huang Yuanfei as City Governor Huang when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. He quickly changed his words and said, "Uncle Huang, although one golden nematode is enough to refine a profound golden pill, I only have one profound spirit flower, and it was given to me by His Majesty." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Even if I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll need another profound spirit flower to refine another profound golden pill." The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were the rarest ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The other ingredients could be purchased at a reasonable price. Of course, I've thought of that. Chapter 2956. 10 days later. A gigantic city that was comparable to the capital of the supporting Fall nation appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, this was also because Elder Mo had slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, under the circumstances that Elder Mo didn't slow down, it would be utterly impossible for him to clearly see the surroundings. The capital of the solitary nation is right in front of us. The imperial auction will be held in 5 days. During this time, the imperial family of the solitary nation has arranged a place for us to stay in the imperial palace. Huang Yuanfei explained when he saw the city was getting closer and closer to them. After a short while, the group entered the city in front of them, which was the capital of the solitary nation. The capital of the solitary nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall nation. The capital was vast, and the roads in the capital extended in all directions. Before entering the city, Elder Mo had already retracted his original body and transformed back into his human form. The skinny old man in a black robe reappeared. Under Huang Yuanfei's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the continents of the supporting Fall nation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. "I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. I'm here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days." Huang Yuanfei did not hesitate to reveal his identity to the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace. Soon after, someone came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others. "City Governor Huang, it's really you. The last time we met was 10 years ago, right?" The person who came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others was a middle-aged man dressed in light silver armor. He was tall and sturdy, almost as tall as Bai Gang. "Commander He, I'm flattered that you've personally come out to greet me." Huang Yuanfei cupped his hands together and greeted the middle-aged man. "Elder Mo is here as well?" When the person returned Huang Yuanfei's smile, he also saw Elder Mo standing behind Huang Yuanfei and hurriedly bowed respectfully. He knew Elder Mo was not only a powerful one-basic celestial king, but Elder Mo was also a powerful one-basic celestial king. "He Feng, we fought to a draw 10 years ago. No matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content again." Bai Gang, who was standing beside Elder Mo, clearly recognized this person as he grinned and said, based on how Bai Gang addressed this person, it was obvious that this person was called He Feng. "Bai Gang, even though we fought to a draw back then, it was only an exchange of pointers and not a battle to the death. If it had been a battle to the death, I would have been no match for you in your true form." Hearing Bai Gang's words, He Feng looked at him and said with a wry smile, "At least you know your limits? Now that 10 years have passed, I'm sure you've improved a lot. It's rare for me to come here, so you have to find some time to fight with me." As Bai Gang looked at He Feng, he rubbed his palms together. His fighting spirit was rising, and he could not control it. "If you really want to fight, then after the royal auction, I'll let you fight outside the city. At that time, you don't have to hold back. Just transform into your true form and fight with me." Hearing Bai Gang's words and sensing Bai Gang's battle intent, He Feng's eyes flashed. Clearly, he was eager to give it a try. "Ah, good. It seems like you've improved a lot over the years. If it was 10 years ago, I'm sure you wouldn't have dared to ask me to transform into my true form and fight with you. Bai Gang laughed. He was not afraid of He Feng's domineering attitude at all. Instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. If both of you want to fight, wait until after the auction. Commander He, this is my fourth son, Huang Jialong. You've met him before. Huang Yuanfei quickly changed the topic when he saw Bai Gang and He Feng were itching to fight. First, he looked at his son, Huang Jialong, and then at Duan Lingtian. Then he said, "This is my son's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent me here to bid for the golden nematode to help my son break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Huang Yuanfei said. He Feng was about to greet Huang Jialong when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He instinctively shifted his gaze away from Huang Jialong and looked at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. "Why you Duan Lingtian?" He Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe as though he was trying to figure out what was so special about Duan Lingtian. Due to the supporting Fall Nation's neighboring nation, the Solitary Nation had also heard about the appearance of a genius from the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor of Passage City, with just one move. Others might not know about Huang Jialong's innate talent and strength, but he knew. For this reason, he was shocked by the strength of the person who had defeated Huang Jialong. He was even more shocked when he found out that the person who had defeated Huang Jialong was a young man who was not even 100 years old. Wait a minute. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, "City Governor Huang, why you said you're here to bid for the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? You mean he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial?" When He Feng's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was another genius who had comprehended the power of the law like the genius from the East Ming Nation? A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had defeated Huang Jialong, who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just one move. In his opinion, unless one had comprehended the power of the law, it was impossible for one to achieve such a feat. He Feng, are you scared out of your wits? Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. I don't think there's such a freak among the 9 participants from the Southern Heaven combat in the Solitary Nation, right? He Feng glanced at Bai Gang indifferently and snorted. Bai Gang, I was scared by little brother Duan, not you. Why are you acting so smug? After He Feng finished speaking, he ignored Bai Gang and looked at Huang Yuanfei with a wry smile on his face. I was wondering why City Governor Huang would personally lead a team here. As it turns out, the supporting Fall Nation has also found a freak who's on par with the genius from the East Ming Nation. At the same time, He Feng realized he could not let Duan Lingtian and the others stand at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Therefore, he quickly gestured for them to enter. City Governor Huang, old Mo, little brother Duan, and nephew Jialong, please come in. He Feng called out to Duan Lingtian and the others, but he ignored Bai Gang. However, Bai Gang did not mind. He swaggered into the Imperial Palace with Duan Lingtian and the others. The Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation was similar to the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation. However, the architectural features, layout of the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation were completely different. The supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was majestic, simple, and unadorned. On the other hand, the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace was resplendent and dazzling. Gold decorations and all kinds of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. 10 years ago, he was ordered by the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to handle some matters in the supporting Fall Nation. He went to Passage City, and that's how he met my father and Uncle Bai. Don't think that Uncle Bai is competing with him. That's just on the surface. His relationship with Uncle Bai is much deeper than his relationship with my father. After they entered the imperial palace, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to introduce He Feng. Although Duan Lingtian could tell that He Feng was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he did not expect He Feng to be a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation. In the supporting Fall Nation, there were only 2 people who could be considered as the Emperor's right-hand men. One of them was the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. The other was the elusive commander of the Imperial Guards in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace. Since He Feng was the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation, it was obvious he was close to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation. Before they arrived at the residence that the Imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and the others, He Feng would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Although Duan Lingtian sensed He Feng's gaze, he did not pay it any mind. It did not take long before they arrived at the residence that the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and the others. The residence was spacious and had 6 courtyards that faced each other. There was a path in the middle, and there were 3 courtyards on each side. City Governor Huang, all of you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you take a rest? I'll look for all of you in 5 days and bring all of you to the auction. After making arrangements for Duan Lingtian and the others, He Feng bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and left. Father! However, Huang Jialong did not intend to rest. He looked at Huang Yuanfei and said with a smile, I'd like to go to West Lane City with Brother Duan. Do you think it's possible for Grandfather Mo or Uncle Bai to come with us? Huang Jialong was not stupid. He knew they were not in the supporting Fall Nation, and it would be dangerous if they did not have the protection of a powerhouse. West Lane City? Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully. As far as I know, West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is famous for stone gambling. You want to bring little Tian there for stone gambling, right? Hee hee. Huang Jialong chuckled. He did not deny it since he knew there was no point in denying it. After all, his father was not someone to be trifled with. Stone gambling. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Stone gambling in the Devata realms? In his past life, when he was on Earth, he had heard of stone gambling. Generally, one would have to rely on one's eyesight to determine whether a stone was cut open or not. If not, one would suffer a loss. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realms and stone gambling on Earth. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yuanfei, I'll go with them. Chapter 2957. West Lane City, the capital of the Solitary Nation, was famous among the neighboring nations for its stone gambling. Even the neighboring nations such as the supporting Fall Nation and the other nations also had their stone gambling. However, compared to the stone gambling in West Lane City in the Solitary Nation, the stone gambling in those places could only be considered small. Brother Duan, the origin stones in the stone gambling establishments in the supporting Fall Nation are bought from West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation. West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is one of the biggest stone gambling establishments in the southern part of the profound Nether Mansions territory. After leaving the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation, Huang Jialong explained to Duan Lingtian as they made their way to West Lane City. Origin stones? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice. As far as he knew, there was also the term raw stone on Earth, but the raw stone on Earth generally referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. Origin stones are formed when a certain amount of dust accumulates over time. When the dust accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes an origin stone. It's said that even the divine consciousness of the most powerful 10 Directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms and the mysterious tidal temple's divine consciousness can't penetrate the origin stone and see what's inside, Duan Lingtian explained. Of course, it's only the divine sense that can't penetrate the origin stone. The surface of the origin stone is very fragile. Even the weakest great overarching golden immortal can destroy the origin stone and take out the item inside as long as he uses his full strength. Due to this reason, nobody knows what's inside the origin stones before they're opened. Due to this, the stone gambling market was created in the Devata realms. Huang Jialong explained slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded inwardly when he heard Huang Jialong's words. The origin stones in the Devata realms were indeed very different from the origin stones he had heard about on Earth in his past life. The raw stones on Earth referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. On the other hand, the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the uncut stones on Earth. The so-called uncut stones in stone gambling on Earth referred to some broken stones that looked very rough and inconspicuous, but in fact, there may be very precious jade in them. Of course, there were also some uncut stones that had a touch of jade color on them, so they would be sold at a very high price. This was because the uncut stones contained a large amount of jade stones. There are different sizes of origin stones. Some origin stones may be damaged due to some external interference, revealing a corner of the contents inside. Under such circumstances, it also means that the contents of this kind of raw stone are basically completely exposed, so this kind of raw stone can no longer be used for stone gambling. The most important part of stone gambling lies in the word gamble. If the contents of the raw stone have been exposed, there's naturally no need to gamble. Huang Jialong's words made Duan Lingtian's origin stones. Although the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the raw stones used in stone gambling on Earth in his past life, there were still some differences. For example, in his previous life on Earth, once a green color appeared on the surface of a raw stone, and that green color was a very precious jade, then the value of that raw stone would be raised by a lot. This was because there might be a large piece of jade in the uncut stones. Once it was opened, it would be a huge profit. Naturally, there was also a possibility that there was only a green color on the surface of the uncut stones. If there was no jade in the uncut stones, it would be a huge loss. The reason for this was that on Earth where he lived in his previous life, the people who gambled on stones did not have divine sense. They were unable to detect whether there was an even bigger piece of jade inside through that patch of green. In the Devata realms, the origin stones on Earth were similar to the origin stones on Earth. Unless they were completely covered and could block divine consciousness, once the contents of the uncut stones were exposed, the divine consciousness would be able to detect the whole thing. Jia Long, what's in the origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Based on Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian knew there must be something precious in the origin stones. However, he did not know what it was. However, based on Huang Jialong's interest in stone gambling, it was clear that Huang Jialong was interested in the origin stones. There must be something in the origin stones that Huang Jialong was interested in. Brother Duan, do you know where the origin stones come from? However, Huang Jialong did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he asked another question. Based on what you said, the origin stones must have been passed down a long time ago. After all, the surface of the origin stones need time to settle. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Then, do you know there are many little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's common knowledge that the stronger a person is, the more stable the little world is. For example, a little world created by a celestial king is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial lord. Similarly, a little world created by a celestial lord is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial emperor. Huang Jialong continued to explain. A little world isn't permanent. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Southern Heaven territory is a little world created by a celestial lord to a certain extent. However, the little world was created by a titled celestial lord. However, the Southern Heaven ancient realm requires the efforts of the Southern Heaven celestial lords in the Southern Heaven territory to stabilize it. Due to the uniqueness of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, the Southern Heaven celestial lords in the Southern Heaven territory would also add valuable items such as celestial weapons, medicinal pills, and celestial talismans. Apart from that, the southern heaven celestial lords would also set up tests in the upper heaven ancient realm. Naturally, the only places where the southern heaven celestial lords would personally add treasures and set tests are the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Generally, the southern heaven celestial lords would order some celestial lords to add treasures and set tests in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As for the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory would add treasures and set tests. For example, the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm that we're going to in 4 months is filled with treasures and tests from the profound nether mansion. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is divided into 108 grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. The profound nether mansion is only one of the 108 grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he reached the end of his sentence. It seems like we've strayed too far from the topic. It's all right. I didn't know about this before. Now that I heard about it, there are 108 grade 6 celestial mansions like the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were calm on the surface, a storm was raging in his heart. As far as he knew, the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation were only 2 of the 1,000 nations in the profound nether mansion's territory. In fact, there were more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound nether mansion's territory. There are more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound nether mansion. Doesn't that mean there are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the 108 grade 6 celestial mansions? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized how insignificant he was. There are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the Southern Heaven Territory that's ruled by a titled Celestial Lord. I'm sure there are many more places like the Southern Heaven Territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are celestial emperors above titled Celestial Lords, and there are even more powerful titled Celestial Emperors. Above titled Celestial Emperors are the heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms. As for the Devata realms, there are 81 Devata realms. When he thought up to here, the surging emotions in Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Huang Jialong continued to say, "When I mentioned the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords had to spend a lot of effort to stabilize the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I meant to say that even a little world created by a Celestial Lord would crumble over time unless a Celestial Lord spent a lot of effort to stabilize it. However, how many small worlds would be stabilized at the cost of a great deal of effort? Moreover, there are some little worlds that nobody knows where they are. As time goes by, those small worlds will collapse when the time is up. Since little worlds are built in Devata realms, once a little world collapses, everything in it will be swept into the turbulent flow of space in the Devata realms and scattered everywhere. Some of the items in a crumbling little world would be picked up by a lucky person. However, most of the items would be covered by a layer of origin stones as time passes." Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Origin stones are often found in Devata realms. For this reason, it's very likely that the items in the origin stones are treasures left behind by powerhouses in Devata realms after a little world collapses. Of course, most of the origin stones are just some useless stones in the long river of time, as well as some worthless things that have been abandoned by people and sealed to form origin stones." Chapter 2958. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the stone gambling in the Devata realms. The stone gambling in the Devata realms was not much different from the stone gambling on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Out of 10 bets, 9 out of 10 would lose. Naturally, that was only a metaphor. Most of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are useless. It's very difficult to find an origin stone that contains a treasure. For this reason, although the stone gambling market is very popular in the Devata realms, There are very few people who can make a fortune by gambling on origin stones. Naturally, there are also some people who secretly obtain the treasures inside the origin stones without revealing it to the public. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As Huang Jialong spoke to Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian into West Lane City in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the West Lane City of the supporting Fall Nation. He saw that in Shifang City, there were many stores of various sizes. Moreover, the things they sold were all pieces of strangely shaped stones. These stones looked very crude. At first glance, there was nothing special about them at all. Are these the origin stones in these shops? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong as he looked at the shops by the side of the road. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then he beckoned Duan Lingtian over. Both of them walked into the biggest shop they had seen so far. The number of origin stones in this shop far exceeded the number of the shops they had passed before. Although Bai Gang had followed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian out of the shop, he hid in the dark since Huang Jialong did not like having any elders by his side. However, his attention was always on Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately appear to protect Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian were in danger and had to abandon one of them, he would not hesitate to abandon Duan Lingtian. He would not consider how much the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation valued Duan Lingtian. All he knew was that the other person was his brother's son. His brother had saved his life more than once in the past. For the sake of his brother's son, even if he had to give up his life, he wouldn't even frown. Are both of you here to buy origin stones? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong entered the shop, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a medium build walked up to them with a bright smile on his face. You have a lot of origin stones here. Moreover, it seems like they've been categorized. Please introduce them to me, Huang Jialong said. Yes, sir, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. When the middle-aged man said respectfully, he brought Duan Lingtian and the other person to the table at the outermost part of the store where the origin stones were placed. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a few other groups of people choosing origin stones in the store. There were also people wearing the same clothes as the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong, introducing them to each other. It was obvious these people were shop assistants like the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong. Dear customers, this is table number 36 in our shop. The origin stones here are the cheapest in our shop. They're cheap because they're small, so it's impossible to store large items in them. The middle-aged man explained to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong as he looked at the thousands of origin stones on the table. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that among the thousands of origin stones on the 36th platform, the largest one was only the size of a newborn baby's fist. As for the smallest one, it was only slightly bigger than a spatial ring. Although they're cheap and it's impossible to store large items in them, there's a high chance there's a spatial ring or some extremely precious items in them. The middle-aged man continued to speak. As he finished speaking, there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. If we can obtain spatial rings from these origin stones, it's very likely that they were used by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperors. Why don't you say that even if you can obtain a spatial ring from one of these origin stones, it's likely to be a low-grade spatial ring abandoned by ordinary people? Many abandoned spatial rings are empty. Even if there's something in them, it's likely to be worthless. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully before he said indifferently, moreover, out of 100 origin stones, there might not be a single spatial ring that contains a valuable item. I didn't know you're so knowledgeable about origin stones. I've misbehaved. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, the awkwardness quickly disappeared. This was because he had always treated customers as if they did not know anything about stone gambling. If they did not know anything about stone gambling, he could easily trick them into buying more origin stones. That way, he would be able to earn a lot of commission. However, if they did, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of them. Brother Duan, Do you want to buy a few of the origin stones on this table to play with? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. Let's take a look first. Duan Lingtun shook his head. He had just calculated that there were a total of 36 tables in this shop with raw stones. Now, they were looking at the table closest to the entrance of the shop. The raw stones on it were also the smallest batch. Obviously, it was the worst batch of raw stones in this shop. How amazing! These origin stones really can block out divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had heard about the origin stones being able to block out divine consciousness, he was still surprised when he saw it for himself. After all, origin stones were formed by the dust in the river of time. Even the dust in the Devata realm is so extraordinary. These origin stones are amazing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Huang Jialong and shook his head. I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's continue looking at the other origin stones. All right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said, You continue to introduce the other origin stones to us. Through the middle-aged man's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the origin stones in the store and even the entire origin stones in the stone gambling market. The larger the origin stones, the more valuable they were. Some of the origin stones were in the shape of weapons. However, due to the layer of origin stones, one's divine consciousness could not penetrate the origin stones to determine the weapon's grade. These origin stones that were in the shape of weapons were usually more valuable. I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones. A faint voice rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. A young man dressed in a brocade robe with an arrogant expression on his face casually took out a large number of prominent celestial crystals and bought more than 30 sword-shaped origin stones. He had bought almost all of the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop. There were only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. It was obvious they were the origin stones that contained swords that were as tall as a grown man. How generous! These sword-shaped origin stones must be worth at least 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? I'm afraid this person is not an ordinary person. Huang Jialong noticed the young man dressed in a brocade robe and the old man standing behind him. Sir, he's the only son of the city governor of Covered Sword City in the Solitary Nation. He's the young master of Covered Sword City, Han Yunhe. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said in a low voice, The young master of Covered Sword City? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, No wonder he only bought sword-shaped origin stones. As it turns out, he's a direct descendant of the city governor of Covered Sword City. As far as I know, the direct descendants of the city governor of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Just as Huang Jialong's words landed, the young city lord of Covered Sword City, Han Yunhe, raised his hand and destroyed a sword-shaped ore. As the origin stone cracked open, it turned into rubble and fell to the ground. A completely black sword also appeared before everyone's eyes. A prominent celestial sword. What a loss! The middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone is worth more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let alone a prominent celestial sword, even a Duke-grade celestial sword would still be a loss. After all, a Duke-grade celestial sword is usually only worth 10 prominent celestial crystals. The better ones can only be sold for 20 to 30 prominent celestial crystals at most. Huang Jialong said. Crack, 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 crack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yunhe, the young governor of Covered Sword City, shattered more than 20 sword-shaped origin stones in just a blink of an eye. The lowest grade among the sword-shaped origin stones was mediocre while the highest grade was Duke-grade celestial swords. Moreover, there were only 2 Duke-grade celestial swords. What a loss! What a loss! In just a blink of an eye, more than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone. Stone gambling is indeed a game of the heart. More than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone just like that. Ordinary people won't be able to gamble so much. Young Governor Han's expression hasn't changed at all. His composure is truly shocking, as expected of the son of the city governor of Covered Sword City. Like father, like son. The other people who were watching Han Yun, he opened the sword-shaped origin stone's side. Based on their words, they were impressed by Han Yunhe's courage and were envious of his family background. A moment later, another sword-shaped or stone was opened by Han Yunhe. The sword inside it emitted a faint green light that was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. A king-grade celestial sword. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a king-grade celestial sword. He did not expect Han Yun he would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. Chapter 2959. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the more valuable it was. This was common knowledge to all. Although there was a huge difference in value between king-grade celestial weapons, the difference in value between two celestial weapons of similar grades would not be more than 10,000 times. For example, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was usually worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals. On the other hand, a prominent celestial weapon was usually worth 10 mediocre celestial crystals, which was 100 times more valuable than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There was a huge difference between a king-grade celestial weapon and a Duke-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more valuable than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. 10,000 times. What did that mean? In other words, the value of a king-grade celestial weapon was equivalent to 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was only based on celestial crystals. Unless a person who owned 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons sold all 10,000 mediocre celestial weapons for celestial crystals, no one would be willing to exchange a king-grade celestial weapon for a Duke-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han actually obtained a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals if it's in good condition. Young Master Han really struck it rich this time. Earlier, we were still talking about how young Master Han wasted tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he's going to earn at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yunhe's discovery of a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. Even some passers-by in front of the shop noticed the commotion and stopped to watch. As the onlookers started to discuss among themselves, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the shop and looked at Han Yunhe with envy in their eyes. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. Han Yunhe's salesperson quickly thanked Han Yunhe when he regained his senses. There's nothing to congratulate me for. I spent at least 150,000 prominent celestial crystals on the sword-shaped origin stone for this king-grade celestial sword. Based on the quality of the sword, it's worth about 30,000 to 40,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. Come to think of it, I've lost more than 10,000 prominent immortal crystals. In the face of the salesperson's congratulations, Han Yunhe said indifferently, I'll return the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones to you. This way, I won't lose anything by getting this sword. After saying that, Han Yunhe placed the remaining sword-shaped origin stone back on the table. And this was also permitted. As long as the origin stones were unopened, they could return them before they left the shop. This was the rule of the stone gambling market in the Devata realms. After putting away the king-grade celestial sword, Han Yunhe led the people behind him out of the shop under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The group of people outside the shop consciously made way for them. After Han Yunhe's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, many people couldn't help but discuss among themselves. I didn't expect Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, to be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword here. The direct descendants of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Although the city governor of Covered Sword City has several king-grade celestial weapons, there are only 2 king-grade celestial swords. One of them is in the hands of the city governor of Covered Sword City, and the other is in the hands of the Grand Commander of Covered Sword City. For this reason, young Master Han doesn't have a king-grade celestial sword. Although king-grade celestial swords occasionally appear in the black market, they are usually bought as soon as they appear. In the Devata realms, swords are very popular. For this reason, even if young Master Han has enough celestial crystals, it's difficult for him to buy a king-grade celestial sword. Spending 30,000 to 40,000 immortal crystals on a sword-shaped origin stone to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value doesn't sound like a loss. But in fact, young Master Han still made a profit. Even if he made a profit, he should be the one making a profit. Ordinary people aren't as bold as him. As far as I know, the city governor of Covered Sword City only gave him 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Han Yunhee, the young city governor of Covered Sword City, for his courage and boldness. After all, not everyone who had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals would be bold enough to gamble on a king-grade celestial sword. Since the young master of Covered Sword City is so bold, I'm sure his future achievements won't be inferior to his father's. Huang Jialong sighed emotionally. Among the cities under the solitary country, Covered Sword City was one of the top cities. The city governor of Covered Sword City was one of the strongest celestial dukes in the solitary nation. Following Han Yunhe's departure, the onlookers outside the store also dispersed one after another, and the store regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were led by the middle-aged salesman to look at many origin stones. During this time, Huang Jialong was itching to buy some origin stones as well. However, they were all worthless. Since you're buying blindly, why don't you buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City? Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw the origin stones in Huang Jialong's hands had cracked and revealed worthless items. At the very least, if the young master of Covered Sword City finds out about this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit 3 liters of blood. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only joking when he said this. He did not expect Huang Jialong would actually do as he said. After all, anyone with a good ear could tell he was joking. At the very least, the middle-aged salesman next to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan, you have a point. In that case, I'll buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City. There are 13 of them, right? I'll take all of them. Huang Jialong had seen Han Yunhee, the young master of Covered Sword City, return the sword-shaped origin stones. Therefore, with just a glance, he could tell there were 13 sword-shaped origin stones returned by Han Yunhee. Jialong, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect Huang Jialong to take his joke seriously. 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I'm just playing around with the stone gambling anyway. To me, Huang Jialong, no matter what I do, it's all about being casual. Huang Jialong smiled faintly. He had no intention of buying the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in here. You can count them. If there's no problem, give me the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. Huang Jialong raised his hand and placed 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in a spatial ring. Then, he tossed the spatial ring to the salesman and Duan Lingtian. This. The salesman was taken aback. He only regained his senses when Huang Jialong tossed the spatial ring to him. His expression was one of excitement. He did not expect the stranger he had casually picked up would be a wealthy man. He did not even bat an eyelid when he spent 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's right. Sir, I'll bring the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to you now. After the salesman finished counting the celestial crystals in the spatial ring, he immediately brought the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to Huang Jialong. During this time, the other salesman looked at the salesman enviously. It should be noted that the salesman who served the young master of Covered Sword City was the only one who received the young master of Covered Sword City. Zhang, you really? That's 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Huang Jialong opening the sword-shaped origin stones one by one. He felt Huang Jialong was being too willful. It's fine, I'm just playing around. It's a surprise if I win, and it's entertainment if I lose. Huang Jialong smiled nonchalantly. At this time, he had already opened 5 sword-shaped origin stones in a row. The best sword he obtained was a Duke-grade celestial sword. He's really rich. Under normal circumstances, it's already considered lucky for a shop like this to have a king-grade celestial sword among all the sword-shaped origin stones. I wonder who this young man is. He's actually able to take out 10,000 prominent celestial crystals so easily. I've never heard of such a person in the solitary nation. However, the Imperial Court's auction is about to begin in a few days. Currently, there are many people from neighboring countries in the capital of the solitary nation. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a neighboring country's aristocratic family. That's possible. There aren't many young people in the solitary nation who are so rich. When Huang Jialong destroyed another 5 sword-shaped origin stones, the customers in the store shifted their attention to Huang Jialong and started whispering to each other. My luck doesn't seem to be that good. There are only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. Brother Duan, help me open them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong said as he passed the remaining 3 sword-shaped origin stones to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong looking at him expectantly, he did not hesitate and accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Jialong, don't blame me if I lose. My luck isn't as good as yours. Duan Lingtian joked after he accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Brother Duan, if you can get a primitive celestial sword from these, I'll give it to you. Huang Jialong, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was joking, so he followed suit. So far, among all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop, whether it was opened by the young master of Covered Sword City or Huang Jialong, the worst one was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Maybe I can get a primitive celestial sword. It's a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, the smile on Huang Jialong's face widened when he saw the mediocre-grade origin stone was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian continued to open the second sword-shaped origin stone. When Duan Lingtian opened the second sword-shaped origin stone, a mysterious light shone from it. At the same time, a sharp aura filled the entire shop. This commotion caused everyone in the store to be dumbfounded. This is a royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2960. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The shop was filled with sword chi for a long time before it finally stopped. All of this was due to the sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand that was emitting a dazzling, profound light. However, the mysterious light on the sword-shaped origin stone was like the sword aura that shot out from it. It kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. However, even so, its extraordinariness had been fully proven through the commotion just now. At this moment, even the king-grade celestial sword that Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, had been overshadowed by this half-opened origin stone. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was the first to regain his senses, his eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. The rest of the people were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian managed to regain his senses in such a short time because the aura from the origin stone was similar to the aura from the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his hands. He had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. 1 was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and 2 were ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. However, the 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons did not belong to him. They were the mystical E9 water chestnut rings and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut rings that belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. He had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Currently, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon once. He only had 2 more uses left. After using it twice, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be completely useless. This was the mission of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This isn't a royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses after Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He looked at the half-opened sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Ling Tian's hand in disbelief. At this moment, apart from the half-opened origin stone in Duan Ling Tian's hand, a sword hilt and a small part of the sword's body could be seen. It was a dark green sword that looked as though it was made of black jade. There were countless tiny engravings on the sword. Some of the engravings on the sword made it seem ancient. In addition, there was a blood-red thread in the middle of the sword. It was moving rhythmically, as if there were traces of blood flowing on it. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and gripped the sword hilt. After exerting some force, the origin stones on the sword were shattered and destroyed. A moment later, a dark green sword with a blood-red line in the middle appeared in the middle of the sword's body appeared in the middle. At this moment, the sword's light was completely concealed. It looked as though it had returned to its original state. However, the scene of the sword shining brightly when the origin stone was broken was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people present on the scene. Apart from that, if one's divine consciousness approached the sword, one would be able to tell it was not an ordinary sword. It was not something a king-grade celestial weapon could compare to. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens! I didn't expect to see a royal-grade celestial sword in my lifetime. I think the last time a royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in the solitary nation was 1,300 years ago, right? A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Everyone in the shop, including the shop assistants, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they regained their senses. At this moment, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the people in the shop. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill everyone in the shop to prevent the news of the royal-grade celestial sword from leaking out. Alas, Huang Jialong's reaction was too late. The person in charge of the shop, an old man with a white beard, had already crushed a communication celestial talisman when he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had crushed was a soul imprint celestial talisman. There was no way to stop it. Dear customer. After crushing the communication celestial talisman, the old man with a white beard walked out of the shop and looked at Huang Jialong. Clearly, he had seen everything that had happened earlier. He knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong. This sword? Our shop is willing to pay 10 million prominent celestial crystals for it. The old man with a white beard said, 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, the group of people in the shop looked at the white-bearded old man as if they were looking at an idiot. They felt that this old man was indulging in fantasy. What a joke! That was a complete royal-grade celestial sword. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Was he dreaming? 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Huang Jialong was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he laughed and said, "Old man, do you think I'm an idiot? Put aside the fact that royal-grade celestial weapons are priceless. If I'm not mistaken, the lowest price for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound Nether Mansion is 1 billion prominent celestial crystals, right?" A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "Moreover, this is the lowest price. Even if someone wants to buy a royal-grade celestial weapon, they might not even be willing to sell it for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals." In the Southern Heaven territory, no one had ever heard of anyone buying or selling royal-grade celestial weapons. Although royal-grade celestial weapons had a price, it was just a rumor. It was 10,000 times more expensive than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. The price of a king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more expensive than a duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Do you really think he's an idiot? Based on what I know, this shop belongs to the ninth prince of the solitary nation's imperial family. The ninth prince is the most business-minded prince among the princes of the solitary nation. It seems like the shopkeeper of the ninth prince's shop is planning to force the two young men to sell royal-grade celestial swords to them. If the ninth prince insists on doing this, I'm afraid the two young men won't be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the ninth prince is backed by the emperor of the solitary nation. A man's wealth is his own ruin. When the remaining customers looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong again, they shook their heads and said, "That's right." Based on their discussion, it was clear they felt Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, thud, 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 a series of heavy footsteps rang in the air as a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked into the shop. "Dear customer, my shop is closed for the day. Please go to another shop in West Lane City." The white-bearded old man frowned when he saw another customer. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistants standing at the side and said with a frown on his face, "Why aren't you escorting the customer out? Also, close the shop. We're not open for business today." The fewer people who knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better. Earlier, he had received a message from the shopkeeper of this shop, the ninth prince of the solitary nation's imperial family. The ninth prince told him to calm everyone down, and at the same time, close the shop and reject all customers. As for the people in the shop, the ninth prince had told them not to let them leave. At this moment, the ninth prince had left the imperial palace and was on his way to the shop. Since the white-bearded old man was the shopkeeper of this shop, the shop assistants did not dare to disobey his order. They immediately walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man to escort him out of the shop. However, before they could get close to the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard the white-clad middle-aged man snorting coldly. Almost as soon as the white-robed middle-aged man's voice fell, the few salespeople who were running towards him encountered an invisible wall halfway and were forcibly stopped. In the next moment, they were sent flying backward like arrows before they crashed heavily on the ground in a wretched manner. Gasp! Upon seeing this, the people in the shop could not help but gasp. They knew the middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. "Sir, do you know who's behind this shop?" The white-bearded old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at the middle-aged man. Even though he was the strongest person in the shop, even he was unable to see how the person before him was able to do that. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. He could only rely on the name of the person behind him to scare the middle-aged man away. "Little Tian, show me the sword in your hand." However, the white-robed middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to the old man and completely ignored him. He walked directly to Duan Ling Tian and smiled lightly as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Bai." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian immediately passed the sword in his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Gang, who had been hiding in the dark to protect Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong. Most people would be reluctant to part with a royal-grade celestial sword even if it did not belong to them. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel that way at all. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, before he ascended to the Devata realms. When he was still in the mundane realm, he had a sword of the same grade as this one. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After arriving in the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian learned that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, and the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Although this sword is a royal-grade celestial sword, it's slightly inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword. In fact, it's slightly inferior to the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he passed the sword in his hand to Bai Gang. He watched as Bai Gang flipped the sword over and over again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial sword. How could an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword that could enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda be ordinary? It had to be a supreme royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2961. HM? They know this person? The white-bearded old man's eyes widened when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's at least a 6 combinations celestial duke. The white-bearded old man was a 4 phenomenons celestial duke. Therefore, he guessed the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at least 2 levels higher than his. If the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was only 1 level higher than his, it was impossible for the white-clad middle-aged man to cast a technique that even he could not see through. It seems like these two people aren't simple at all, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. However, despite having such thoughts, the white-bearded old man did not mind at all. In his opinion, no matter how extraordinary these two people were, it was impossible for them to be stronger than the 9th prince. Most importantly, the 9th prince of the solitary nation had the backing of the 9th prince of the solitary nation. It's indeed a royal-grade celestial sword. Bai Gang nodded as he looked at the sword in his hand. Then he looked at Huang Jialong and said, "Jialong, this sword isn't something we can take? I'm sure you're aware of this as well, right?" "I know, Uncle Bai." Huang Jialong nodded. As soon as he found out the sword was a royal-grade celestial sword, he knew he and the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City would not be able to take it. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation did not have the strength to take it. If the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation insisted on taking the royal-grade celestial sword for themselves, Huang Jialong was certain the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword even if they were not annihilated. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was not strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even grade 7 clans and sects were not strong enough to take a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the Windfall Nation. In order to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon, one had to be at least a grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion. A grade 6 force would usually have a 10 directions celestial king. For example, the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a 10 directions celestial king. However, Uncle Bai, suddenly Huang Jialong seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Bai Gang solemnly and said, "This royal-grade celestial sword is mostly thanks to Brother Duan. If it weren't for Brother Duan, I wouldn't have bought the sword-shaped origin stones and obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. Therefore, I hope that Uncle Bai can remember this and report this to them truthfully." Huang Jialong's face was solemn as he spoke. "Jialong, you don't have to do this." Duan Lingtian, who had been standing beside Huang Jialong and Bai Gang, overheard their conversation and knew what they were talking about. They had obtained the royal-grade celestial sword in a public place. Since they were not strong enough to protect the royal-grade celestial sword, they could only hand it over to a powerful force who was strong enough to protect it. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jialong would claim that he was the one who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that Huang Jialong had given him at least half of the benefits he had obtained from the Flying Tiger clan. Duan Lingtian was touched by Huang Jialong's generosity, but he quickly declined Huang Jialong's kindness. "You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stones, so the royal-grade celestial sword should be yours. Brother Duan, there's no need to say anything else. I'll make the decision." For the first time, Huang Jialong was so unyielding in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. He did not think it was necessary for Huang Jialong to act this way. Although he was tempted by the benefits from the Flying Tiger clan, Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. Nevertheless, he still felt that he should not be rewarded without doing anything. Even if he did contribute, it would not be as much as Huang Jialong made it out to be. "Little Tian, just listen to Jialong. He's as stubborn as his father. Once he's set his mind on something, even 10 horses won't be able to change his mind." Bai Gang stopped Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something. "I've already told Yuan Fei about this. Let's go back now," Bai Gang said again. Just as Bai Gang was about to put the royal-grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtan, 3 figures entered the shop, causing a commotion in the shop. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. The shopkeeper, an old man with a white beard, led a group of salespeople in the shop and bowed respectfully at the 3 newcomers. The 3 newcomers were led by a handsome young man dressed in a green robe with golden edges. 2 old men followed behind him. As soon as the 3 of them entered the shop, all of them looked at the royal-grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand. Through their divine consciousness, they could easily tell that the sword was not ordinary. Gentlemen, I'm the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this sword even if you take it away. Why don't you sell it to me? Not only will you be able to keep it, but you'll also be able to earn a lot of celestial crystals. The handsome young man was none other than the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. He wanted Duan Lingtan and Duan Lingtian to sell the royal-grade celestial sword to him as soon as he spoke. What? 9th Prince, are you planning to spend 10 million prominent celestial crystals to buy this royal-grade celestial sword as well? Huang Jialong sneered as he looked at the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. Even if the other party was a prince of the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Jialong would not give him any face if he was displeased with him. He had the confidence to do so. His confidence did not come from his father, but from his uncle Bai, from his grandpa Mo. If his uncle Bai and grandpa Mo were the source of his confidence, then the Flying Tiger clan and the Ink Feather Eagle clan would be the source of his uncle White and grandpa Mo's confidence. I heard from the shopkeeper that the 3 of you plan to give the royal-grade celestial sword to a sect in exchange for some benefits. The 9th Prince narrowed his eyes when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian through the white-bearded old man. May I know which sect the 3 of you plan to give the royal-grade celestial sword to? Almost as soon as the 9th Prince finished speaking, the 2 old men behind him had already fixed their gazes on Bai Gang like lightning. What? 2 9 palaces celestial dukes want to fight me? Bai Gang looked at the 2 old men fearlessly as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Bai Gang? The 2 old men could not help but frown when they heard Bai Gang's name. They found the name familiar as though they had heard it somewhere before. Is this how the imperial family of the Solitary Nation treats their guests? It seems like I'll have to talk to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when I return to the palace. Huang Jialong snorted coldly. Return to the palace? Many people in the shop were shocked when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Based on the young man's words, it seemed like he was a guest in the palace. He's staying in the palace? A guest? Bai Gang? The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words and recalled Bai Gang's name. Your Lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? The 9th Prince asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Bai Gang. It seems like I'm quite famous in the Solitary Nation. At the very least, you've heard of me. Bai Gang said indifferently. Bai Gang's words confirmed the 9th Prince's suspicions. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? As Bai Gang admitted his identity, the expressions of the 2 old men behind the 9th Prince changed greatly. At the same time, they tacitly withdrew their gazes from Bai Gang and lowered their heads, looking very much like 2 children who had made a mistake. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation was a member of the Flying Tiger clan. This was not a secret in the neighboring nations of the supporting Fall Nation. Even celestial kings like the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and the Emperor of the Solitary Nation did not dare to offend someone like Bai Gang who came from a powerful celestial beast clan in the Southern Heaven territory. Let alone ordinary people in the Solitary Nation. Sush, sush, sush. The expressions of the white-bearded shopkeeper and the few salespeople who had wanted to chase Bai Gang away changed drastically at this moment. What a joke! Not only was Bai Gang a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he was also a copper Flying Tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Not to mention that he was in the right in this matter, even if he wasn't, even if he killed them in front of the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, with their status, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation wouldn't say anything. So it's Lord Bai Gang. Lord Bai Gang, please forgive my subordinates for offending you just now. The ninth prince took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face, does this mean Lord Bai Gang intends to hand the royal grade celestial sword over to the Flying Tiger clan? However, Bai Gang did not pay any attention to the smiling ninth prince at all. He merely greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong with a smile before he left the shop. The ninth prince and the others could only watch as Bai Gang and the others left. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, the ninth prince's expression darkened immediately. He looked at the white-bearded shopkeeper and said in a deep voice, trash. Why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me to play with? The reason the ninth prince owned a shop in West Lane City was due to his hobby of stone gambling. Occasionally, he would close the shop and play by himself. In fact, the ninth prince owned the shop for fun. He did not intend to make any money at all. Although the white-bearded shopkeeper felt wronged, he did not dare to make a sound. In his heart, he knew that at this moment, not saying anything was the best response to this furious ninth prince. Meanwhile, both of you are quite lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. Once the royal-grade celestial sword arrives in the Flying Tiger clan's hands, based on the patriarch's forthright character, he won't mistreat you. Bai Gang said with a smile on his face as he made his way back to the imperial palace. Uncle Bai, don't just talk about us. You're a member of the Flying Tiger clan. I'm sure your clan leader won't mistreat you for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong said mockingly. Chapter 2962. A bright smile appeared on Bai Gang's face when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Just as Huang Jialong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would not mistreat him since he had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. After all, the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansions territory only had one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Based on this, one could see how important the royal-grade celestial sword was to the Flying Tiger clan's branch. A royal-grade celestial weapon was too precious. There was not a single royal-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Southern Heaven territory. Most of the royal-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven territory were either royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the past or royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the Southern Heaven territory. Or, it could be obtained from a raw stone through stone gambling. For this reason, royal-grade celestial weapons were not sold in the Southern Heaven territory. Even if they had a price, nobody would sell them to outsiders. In the Southern Heaven territory, royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures. Boy! A hoarse voice suddenly rang from Duan Lingtian's body, startling him. Senior Chaos Divine Flame? He could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, what's the matter? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were looking for him for a reason. Naturally, they would not look for him for a reason. After all, it was obvious they could not communicate with him for a long time. It was as though communicating with him would deplete their energy, causing them to fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a Chaos Divine Earth in the vicinity. It's very weak, so it should be a first-form Chaos Divine Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame said. That's right. I thought I sensed something familiar earlier, but I couldn't confirm what it was. As it turns out, it's the Chaos Divine Earth. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Boy, you have to work harder to help me find a first-form profound divine metal. That way, I'll be able to transform into a third-form profound divine metal. Only then will my senses catch up to the primal Chaos Divine Flames. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice. It was displeased that the primal Chaos Divine Flame was in its third form while it was only in its second form. Just like now. The primal Chaos Divine Flame could clearly sense that it was the Chaos Divine Earth's aura. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar, but he could not confirm what it was. Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? That's one of the divine elements, just like us. The Chaos Divine Flame said, the The profound divine metal, chaos divine earth, clear heavens divine wood, and world-cleansing divine water are collectively known as the 5 divine elements. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to ask more about the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It continued, I know you are very curious about the 5 divine elements, but it is not suitable for you to know too much now. Knowing too much won't do you any good. All you need to know is that as long as we continue to grow, it will only be beneficial to you. In fact, if you can help us transform and evolve to our final form, at that time, in the entire Great Thousand World, there will be almost no one who can compete with you. A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it finished speaking. You're really daring to dream about our final forms. However, if that day really comes, no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with this lad. The profound divine metal's voice was slightly indifferent at first, but it was filled with anticipation as it spoke. It was clear it was looking forward to evolving to its final form as well. Naturally, it knew it would be extremely difficult to achieve that. Almost no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with me? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Naturally, he knew the Great Thousand World mentioned by the Chaos Divine Flame did not only include the mundane realms and Devata realms, but it also included mysterious realms that were separated from the Devata realms like the Divine Offering Land. Senior, where's the Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks when he recalled the Chaos Divine Earth that the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned earlier. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. Currently, he had the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal in his body. If he obtained the Chaos Divine Earth as well, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction you left earlier. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. The direction you left earlier? Doesn't that mean it's in West Lane City? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Brother Duan? Little Tian? At the same time, Huang Jialong and Bai Gang came to a halt as well when they saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly coming to a halt. They looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. Tong, Uncle Bai, I want to return to West Lane City to have a look, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Huang Jialong and Bai Gang. Return to West Lane City? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were taken aback. Then they asked with a smile, why? Brother Duan, do you still want to try your luck? Something like that? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little Tian, why don't we return first and come back another day? Although he had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he still felt uneasy with the royal-grade celestial weapon in his possession. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. If he hid the royal-grade celestial sword, no one would be able to obtain it even if they killed him. Under such circumstances, even a desperado would not dare to take the risk. On the other hand, if the royal-grade celestial sword was in his possession, it was likely that some celestial kings would take the risk to obtain it. After all, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. As a copper flying tiger and a celestial beast, it was not worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk and offend the Flying Tiger clan. However, the value of a royal-grade celestial weapon far surpassed his celestial beast form. It was worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk. Uncle Bai, why don't you and Jia Long return first? I'll be back in a while. You don't have to worry about me. If anything happens, I'll send a message to Jia Long immediately, Duan Ling Tian said. This, while Bai Gang was still hesitating, a gust of wind blew in front of the 3 of them. Then, a black figure appeared in front of them. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he saw the person. The person was none other than Oldham. Oldham, you came at the right time. I'll leave the 2 of them to you. Bai Gang greeted Old Mo and returned to the Imperial Palace as quickly as he could. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nations spread the news of the royal-grade celestial sword. Although the Emperor of the Solitary Nation had learned about the royal-grade celestial sword from the 9th Prince, Bai Gang was not worried the Emperor of the Solitary Nation would take the risk. The reason the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was willing to be the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was due to his limited innate talent. Even if he had the royal-grade celestial sword, his strength would not increase much. Moreover, he would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, if he took the risk, he would have to give up the bloodline he had left behind in the Solitary Nation. After all, he was not a sectless cultivator. Therefore, it was impossible for the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from Bai Gang. However, even if the Emperor of the Solitary Nation did not take the risk, it did not mean the sectless celestial kings would not take the risk as well. After all, sectless cultivators were all alone and had no ties. Even if they had ties, at most, they would have a disciple who could leave the Solitary Nation, the profound Nether Mansion, and the Southern Heaven territory with them. For this reason, Bai Gang knew he had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the sectless celestial kings learned about it. Bai Gang gave a simple greeting and left. This caused old Emo to involuntarily frown for a moment. However, he quickly relaxed his frown. Old Emo, at this moment, Duan Lingtian greeted Old Emo. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Huang Jialong asked. "Your father was worried Bai Gang would encounter someone who would take the risk, so he asked me to come and help him. It seems like he was overthinking things." Old Emo said, "News of Bai Gang's royal-grade celestial sword hasn't spread yet. Not many people know Bai Gang possesses a royal-grade celestial sword." After Old Emo arrived, he accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong back to West Lane City. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian entered a small shop in West Lane City. It was not far from the Ninth Prince's shop. "Dear customer, the origin stones in this shop have a high chance of containing treasures. If you're interested, just let me know. If you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount." There was only a shopkeeper in the small shop. He welcomed Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a smile on his face. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the origin stones, Huang Jialong was. Therefore, he was not worried the shopkeeper would ask for a sky-high price. "Is the Chaos Divine Earth inside the origin stone?" With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian finally found the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really inside the origin stone. The origin stone that enveloped the primordial divine earth was about 1 foot in size. It was a rectangular origin stone. "I'll take this origin stone." Duan Lingtian picked up the origin stone. Then, he casually picked a few origin stones that were slightly larger than the one in his hand. "I'll take these as well." These origin stones aren't in the shape of weapons. Even if they contain celestial weapons, they'll only be small celestial weapons. Moreover, their grades might not be high. For this reason, they're usually worth less than sword-shaped origin stones and saber-shaped origin stones. After Duan Lingtian finished choosing the origin stones, Huang Jialong said as though he was teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. "These origin stones are worth about 300 prominent celestial crystals on average." You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.